Keep them by the two. Hey! Ho! You, and you. I'm on 111. These niggas is out of their league. You bitches ain't batting like me. You niggas ain't better than me. You bitches don't count. These bitches can't count. I'm not the 1, 2, or the 3. You niggas look up to me. You say you look up to her, but really you look up to me. Hey, I can be playing with niggas. I'm married a G. I got some niggas that do what I say. If I tell them to shoot, then they put from the 3. It sound like you trying to me. I'm who they dying to be. Cause I'm who they dying to me. And all of them killers come out. Cut them off if the scissors is out. The baddest bitches is out. I just need that one more time. Hey, 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 hey. Huh. Hey. You and you. I'm not the 1, 2, or the 3. You say you look up the, really you look up the. I got some niggas that do what I say. If I tell them to shoot, then they put from the 3. It sound like you dying to me. Cause I'm who they dying to me. When them killers is out. The baddest of bitches is out. Hey, hey. That's gonna be a hit, y'all. That's just gonna be that girl. Okay. That's just gonna be that girl. That is my thing for 2023, girl. Hey, what's going on, you guys? TGIF. It is your favorite breakdown commentator, RheTv. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform, girl. We are here to get into some things, honey. Okay, I got some very special guests with me tonight, honey, and we gonna have the conversation, as the doctor would say. Okay, but before we get into this commentary, I need you all to go ahead and hit an old nasty piece of thumbs up, honey. Okay, you know that thumbing up helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, thumbing up triggers up the notification system, which is equivalent to knocking on the digital door of any other Consciouz Crew member who has no idea that we're live in our color, popping a good puss on this good here God-given Friday. So whether you are a part of the replay gang or you're actively in these streets right now, or okay, whether you are a bush baby, come on down, honey, and give me old nasty like, child. It don't cost you nothing, honey. All right. Also, welcome to all of the new subbies. Also, make sure that you all have your notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or hour where the king is kanging. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, girl, whether that's your YouTube community wall, your Insta story, Insta chat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're allowed live and in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
what's going on, Consciouz Crew? Hey, y'all. Hope you guys are having a awesome Friday, honey. Y'all get to pop that puss the next 2 days and then go sit before the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter on an old nasty Sunday and act like nothing sinful took place over the last 48 hours. Oh, let me shout out my contributors first, girl. My baby mother Kiwana just sent me nasty piece of cash app, honey. She wanted to set baby daddy mood, girl, before I even hit the microphone, honey. Okay, bands to make her dance. Y'all know what it is. Shout out to my baby mother, Kiwana. Love you as well, baby. Okay, shout out also to baby mother Cheryl, who says for great commentary on yesterday. Also, shout out to baby mother Viper, as well as my baby mother Monica, Ashley, and of course, baby mother Ken, honey, okay? Who sent baby daddy, girl, old big child support check, girl, big ones, honey, doing her big one on the child support, girl. All right, let me go ahead and speak to some of y'all coming into the building as well. What's going on, Patricia? Hey, Chris. How you doing, love? What's going on, Deborah? Hey, baby mother Kiwana. What's going on, Latera? What's going on, Deshaun? Hey, Boo. Hey, Wendy. What's going on, Anae? Hey, babes. Hey, Ray. Hey, Lady D. What's going on, VS Speaks? What's going on, Jordana and the missus? What's going on, Andre? Hey, y'all. What's going on? Let me scroll on up, child. What's going on, Kev? Hey, boo. What's going on, Brittany? Hey, babes. What's going on, Miss D? Hey, love. What's going on, Ian Gardner? What's going on, beautiful one, Styles? Hi. What's going on, Sabra? Hey, Monica. What's going on, Elijah, honey? From the Biblication, child. We got a biblical figure in the house, girl. All right. Shout out to Elijah. Hey, Viper. What's going on, Sharon? Hey, love. Hey, UI. Hey, lady butterfly. Hey, boo. Oh, got another nasty old Cash App girl. How doing? Oh, Jordana, thank you, baby mama, for the old nasty Cash App chat. Oh, yeah, I get my life, honey, where y'all be treating me like an old stripper hoe, honey. Or old nasty piece of sex worker. Old nasty sex worker, yeah. Okay. What's going on, y'all? So y'all already know what we're here to get into, girl. Let me go ahead and bring up my guest, and then we can just go ahead and get straight into it. I'm gonna try not to keep y'all long. We'll definitely be live tomorrow as well, girl, to get into all this drama going on with the queens of raps, girl, and their husbands, if that's what you want to call them today. First and foremost, I got to bring up my old nasty piece of Reckless. What's going on, Reckless?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? How is everybody doing?
How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling okay. You know, today my day off. So with that being said, I'm kind of chilling, enjoying myself. Because girl, when it's time to go to work, it's time to go to work. But when I'm off, I'm off. Okay.
If you want a Maserati, you want a Pete Bugatti, you gotta work, bitch.
Yeah.
All right. Tell the folk where they can find you at on these social medias and things before we even get started.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any more posts from us. So with that being said, my name is Reckless Logic. As you guys can see, I have a YouTube channel by the name of Reckless Logic. Of course, Logic is spelled with 2 C's. And also, you can most definitely find me on Instagram at Reckless Logic. But instead of an O for Logic with 2 C's, it's an X with 2 C's.
You can also find him on OnlyFans under Reckless Booty Hole. Under Reckless Booty Hole, honey. Okay, OnlyFans, Reckless Booty Hole. All right, y'all. Support Reckless girl and her pussy popping. Let me give a nasty piece of shout out to baby mother Michelle. Hey, hey, baby mother, for the old nasty Cash App, honey, girl. Y'all must have got paid today. Is it the 1st or the 15th? What's the day, girl? Come on. Sending me all y'all men's money, honey. Shout out to baby mama Michelle. Period. God bless y'all down, boots. I want to welcome also Tremel to the platform. What's going on, Tremel?
It ain't nothing. You know, I'm just chilling, laid up in the bed like a piece of trash, you know.
Oh, God. Like a piece of trash, girl. You okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm well. You know, I woke up like 30 minutes ago to your phone calls.
I'm sorry that I woke you up out of your gay slumber.
You did. I wasn't off like Reckless, so I had to work today.
How long had you been asleep before I had interrupted your pattern and
I think I had went into my sleep pattern motions around 6:30.
Oh, okay, but that was enough time for your ass to be asleep. You don't need more than that.
You know, Oprah said you got to take a nap, child.
Yeah, you gotta,
She said that's healthy.
Check out just a little bit. Just
That's
for
what
a
she said.
little bit. You know.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I give y'all an hour and a half. Then I got to put y'all ass to work. Okay. Now, speaking of work, can you tell the folk where they can find you at out here on these social media streets?
You know, y'all be sitting up here embarrassing me because, you know, y'all have these high-powered, in-demand type of introductions. I just heard Reckless, and you know you got yours. All I'm gonna say is, my name is Tremel. Follow my music on all streaming platforms. You can follow my YouTube channel at IAM_Tremel. That's IAM_TRAMEL, and that's all my handles. If you want to see all things me and listen to me and watch my videos, because I have very good videos. I don't make bullshit like the rest of these pretend artists out here. I be really out here doing my jam, and I would hope that y'all will go check it out. You know what I'm saying? And that's it.
Okay, all right. You is smart and you is important, Tremel. That part. Remember always. Okay, so support Tremel, girl. He just was. How long ago was that performance that you did on the link that you sent me to the live performance page? Like
that was last night.
Oh, that was you was there last night.
Yeah, I said it was a live stream.
I sent you that last night. I did not know that.
I know you was in the middle of work, and I got when I sent you the link, I actually got a notification that you was live. I was like, oh, baby, I always working. I see it.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Yes, y'all. Tremel was down there to the Atlanta Arena, child, opening up for Beyonce. Doing his
I was Beyonce. Let's be clear. No,
he was the Beyonce girl. Okay, but his music is popping, videos popping. Make sure that y'all check out Tremel and Reckless on all social media, child. Okay, so y'all know what we're here to get into, girl. So y'all know Von Ray, girl. Okay, another refugee who escaped KB Studios, girl, barely with his life. Like Storm Road did, girl. These are the survivors of KB Studios, girl. Okay. Von Ray has gone on to glow up, honey, to get married to a beautiful melanated woman, honey. And he has since went on to produce and create an amazing podcast by the name of Set the Record Straight. Now, I have been getting my life off of Von Ray's podcast. Him and his co-host Big Sexy. You guys may know Big Sexy. He's a social media personality. He's more infamously known for his beefs and squabbles with 27 Days, girl. And that's the whole key, girl. But there's such a great balance between the toxicity of Von Ray's heterosexuality and the boldness and flamboyancy of Big Sexy's homosexuality, girl, and both of those dynamics coming together makes for something very interesting, right? Now, on this podcast, various celebrities and personalities have graced the platform. Everyone from Jessica Dime of Love and Hip Hop to Saucy Santana to Akbar from Love and Hip Hop to Sydney Starr, and most recently they had a sit down with By Ted and Tae Morgan. Okay, now I've never heard of By Ted. Have any of you guys heard of By Ted?
I think so. I think I have.
Nope.
No. Okay. So I'm assuming then a Reckless that By Ted is someone he has maybe like a workout brand.
Yeah, I'm gonna look because when you said By Ted, it sounded familiar.
Yeah. So I guess he puts the girls on the scooters, girl, and help them to flatten their fupas. Something that Reckless is in desperate need of, girl, a fupa flattening. So maybe he can set a schedule in, girl, and get a session in, child, with By Ted, child. But By Ted is a straight man, and he's the stepfather of Tae Morgan, who I'm also assuming is a personality presence as well. Tae Morgan is a openly gay black man, and Von Ray and Big Sexy brought on this dad-son duo to speak about the dynamics of what it was like for Ted to raise a black gay son, and then what it was like for Tae to be a black gay man coming up, etc. And girl, Me and Reckless got 23 minutes into this commentary, child. I said, you know what, girl? We're going to have to go live, bitch. And then I was texting Von Ray during that 23-minute listen in, girl. And Von was like, bitch, y'all bet not drag me. I said, we want that bad. But then once I got 15 more minutes in, I had to text him and say, oh, girl, you're getting dragged. Good and healthy tonight. Good and healthy tonight, Von.
That's no shade because we was like, yeah, it's not gonna be that. We heard a little bit more. We was like, you getting dragged.
Oh yeah, we had to hit a hard U-turn on Drag Boulevard, girl. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So make sure you got on your Vaseline and your tennis shoes because it's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Yes, and I just want to give the disclaimer to Von that the views here expressed does not reflect. It does not reflect our friendship, Von, okay? Separate the views and the perspectives expressed here from our friendship, child, okay? So we're going to get in. Of course, this commentary will be covered by fair use, etc., girl, for commentary, research, parody purposes, etc. I'm also going to post the link to Von Ray's platform and his the link to this podcast episode in the chat so that you guys can indeed give him a click and a view, go over and subscribe and let him know that CTV sent you. The podcast episodes are really, really, really good, girl. Like they really do be getting into some things. I be screaming and hollering, girl. Like that Sydney Star episode just had me on the fucking floor down the hill. Like I was literally fucking screaming. I was screaming. That was funny. That was funny. Yeah, it was fucking hilarity, honey. All right, so we're going to get to the beginning of the podcast episode. Well, actually, talk to the people real quick.
Adobe Express Desktop just came out with a ton of new.
Talk. Huh?
I said, come on, YouTube ads.
Talk to the girls real quick. Let me line up this commentary a little bit.
Okay, so girl, let me just go look at just a tad bit somewhere in the sometime bike where I was over here minding my business, doing what I do. And Conscious did recommend Von Ray's podcast to me, right? So I was watching a couple of episodes. I watched the Jessica Dime episode. I watched the Sydney Star episode. I watched a couple of episodes. And I was living for it. I like the dynamic between Von Ray and Big Sexy. And it was so good to the point I actually DM'd Von Ray and let him know, good job. Blah, 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 blah. Now, keep in mind, he has a lot of followers, etc. And on top of it, he doesn't know me. So with that being said, he didn't see it. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I gave him his 10s. But then when I just so happened to come across this episode, baby, when I tell you I went to that DM and I pressed unsend like a motherfucker, girl, that shit was the key.
Swiftly and professionally.
I was like, well, backspace, Control Alt Delete unsend. Girl, that shit was the key. That shit was the key. Nah, but I will say this though. I do like the dynamic between Big Sexy and Von Ray. Because Big Sexy, from what I've seen so far, I think it's quite safe for me to say is that he be on Von Ray ass when Von Ray be saying some stuff that's out of line, or he also be on the guests when they say stuff out of line. And I do know that when you have conversations, podcasts, etc., entertainment value, anything like that, for the most part, you're gonna need quote unquote the other side, or because conflict is an easy way to get people to tune in. Either that's conflict physically, or that's conflict, quote unquote, or disagreement in terms of perspective. And so sometimes I do feel, and I could be right, could be wrong, I do feel like sometimes Von Ray does think sometimes of, yes, he's giving his opinion, but sometimes he also tries to be devil's advocate to also bring in that entertainment value. That's just my personal observation. I could be right, could be wrong.
All right. Well, people are going to be able to make their own observations.
Now, this one I'm not sure about, just so you know, disclaimer.
All right, so
I'm hella excited to see all of this because y'all talking about some shit I don't even know nothing about. So
that's the one beauty of it. That's the one beauty, honey. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's go ahead and get into this episode, honey. Shout out to everybody coming into the building. Hey, Bougie Barbie, what's going on? Beautiful One Styles. Make sure you guys are running that thumbs up. You guys, thumbing up is super significant, honey. Okay, YouTube is changing a lot of things. A lot of folk are also not getting the notifications. I just got a shit ton of comments stating that, damn, I'm not getting my notifications. YouTube playing in my face, etc. So YouTube is doing the most, so I need you guys to definitely please thumbs up the video. It don't cost you nothing. Just slide that cursor up, girl, and hit the old nasty piece of thumbs up. It does your body good to thumbs up content over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the things. Once again, this is covered by old nasty piece of fair use.
Me since I was 1, right? And I'm just using man just to reference who he is, but that is my father. And I think everybody's situation is different. Sometimes people have a stepfather come into their life and they don't.
See, Storm say he didn't get his either, because that's how raggedy and ridiculous and stupid YouTube is. What's going on, Storm Monroe? If you want to hit the lane too, Storm, you can come up. I'm sure you may have some interesting views about some of the things discussed here, child, because it gets very interested. But if you do want the link, Storm, just text me and I'll text it to you. But shout out to Storm. Make sure you guys subscribe over to the Storm Monroe channel. Okay?
They don't get it. So what's y'all dynamic? Like, how long this been going on? How long have you been in his life? And so forth.
Well, I met Ted when I was like, what, 14?
About 14.
I was 14 years old.
Damn, so you don't know Ted for a long time.
Yes, no,
Ted, when you be talking to me, I thought y'all just met like 2 years ago.
No.
So you was gay when you was 14?
I've been gay since I was a kid. I knew I always was gay. It was never
My
no.
bad. Go ahead and finish your story. I'm gonna get into it.
It was never no when you knew you was gay.
Yeah.
I always knew I was gay. I was kind of like the DL boy that was just like, you know, like had the friends or whatever. But I always knew where I was, but I never like let that be seen. Like I always was like, you know, everybody always had their thoughts. You know, the girls, he got a big booty. To touch it. They always girls know. Girls knew I was gay, but it was just
Girl, get off DoorDash.
That's watching. You just don't let that shit go over your head.
I know what I'm doing.
I was always the boy, like, you know, with the big booty.
Oh,
And they all the girls like, oh my God. Da, da, da. So I always knew I was gay, but I kind of like just kept myself in for like a long time until I felt like I was comfortable. My plan was like, you know, okay, when I get to high school, I'm gonna come out because I feel like I can be free or whatever.
Okay.
Let me ask you an honest question though. How do you know? Like, if you say you was always gay, what was the like, oh, I'm gay moment? Like, you couldn't have been no 7 years old and know you was gay.
No.
Yes, you
Okay.
do.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna get into it because I feel like it's true that you can be born gay. Like people don't believe it, but I feel
delusional.
like I'm not delusional. I really feel like you can be not born gay, but like born like into like gay. Like I always grew up around girls. Like my aunties, my mom.
No. Let him finish though.
You wasn't born gay.
No, I honestly feel like okay.
I got you. All right.
Okay, so for me, my story was growing up, like, you know, my dad, like, his side of the family, it's a lot of men over there.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you know, men, you know, boys are always outside, you know, y'all do the little DL shit or whatever. You know, a lot of that was going on. However, I still knew within myself, like, you know, when I had looked at man and stuff, I looked and I'm like, feeling away, you know, I knew then, like, I was gay.
Ooh,
Like,
y'all, hold on real
I
quick.
feel-
Lexus, I may need you to reposition this.
Von Ray is gonna have a total fit, girl, over this idea of a person knowing that they were same sex attracted, etc. Girl, at a young age, shy.
What's wrong?
Because you know how when you sit and your nuts start to
Slide down a little.
Here, big sexy go.
yeah, they starting to
Go
clamp
ahead,
up a
my
little
boy.
bit.
That's fat people problems. Go ahead.
But no, like I knew then once I started to look at men and I could like in the sex, like I was young, like I could see it in the sexual way, like it was, ooh, they cute. Like I knew I was gay then.
So tell me this, and this, you don't have to answer this because it may get too deep. You never been molested.
I'm not. What I say molested mean like I've had like you know cousins and stuff. Like I have,
and that's the guy out of the shoot that happened.
yeah.
So you don't think that was kind of the deterror of you kind of being introduced to something young and you just kind of may thought it was okay and liked it versus not giving a fair chance at life to really know your sexuality?
No, I feel like I always, like I said, like I feel like even without them, like I feel like I knew I was.
Anybody want to speak to what's being spoken so far? Speak to, or y'all want to let it go on a little bit further?
I'm enjoying this. I have some things to say, but I wanted to keep going for me.
Okay.
You
All right,
better keep going, girl.
Still, like I knew I was feminine. I always liked to be around girls. I always liked to do the girl shit. I never liked it to be with the man. Like that wasn't my forte. Okay. I always liked to be around women.
So let me ask y'all this. So because this question is directed to you. So why is it that as a straight man, you can ask that question? This is to him because he's the one that said it. Why is that straight man, why do straight men always ask the question as to, oh, how did you know you was gay? Or, oh, you can't be born gay. So I could say the same thing for you. You've never tried dick before. So how did you know you were straight? Why is it always as though we don't know who we are?
No, because I feel like it's a hit. And to be honest with you, he just gave you the answer.
No, but that's his story. And that's his perspective. That don't fit for everybody.
I'm going to tell you how I perceive the story. It's just, my opinions can't be debated, my nigga. This is my fucking...
Very wrong. Opinions are meant to be debated.
Yeah. You gotta understand, he can't remember when he was 1 or 2 and came out the womb and said, wah. Like, come on, my nigga. He was not.
No, but again, you didn't answer the question. Stay on topic at hand. Answer the question. Damn, don't detour.
I'm not detouring. I'm gonna get to the point. Okay. He was not born gay. In the midst of him growing up, as far as he can remember back, somebody touched him along the way and he liked it.
But that no. Hold on, friend. Because that doesn't fit in everybody's situation.
It may not.
So I said, and you said no interrupting. So I say that to say that
he just interrupted.
But what you said was some bullshit. What he said was that was his story. That doesn't apply to everybody's story. I was never touched. I never desire women. I never want to be with a woman. I have never touched a woman, licked a woman, kissed a woman. So why can't I know who I am just as well as you know who you are? Hold on, let me finish though. As a straight man, you never want to try a man. You never want to try dick. You never want to try laying with the man. You never want to try being with the man. So why can't I know as a person that I don't want to be with a woman? Answer that. No, don't detour and don't segue. Answer without asking you.
Let's be all the way P. Every man, and he say he hasn't thought about being gay before because it's always an option. He's a fucking lie. He just didn't.
Pause it right there. Pause it right there. Now, Von Ray. Now, I do remember distinctively where the Sydney Star episode, I want everybody to pay attention to what he just said. He literally just said that every man has thought about that, yada, yada, yada. Cool. But I distinctively remember where around the conversation around Sydney Star, her identity, etc. And one of the things that he said is that not all men are on that. So I would love to ask Von Ray specifically, because also another thing that he has said, and he's also alluded to, is that trans women are men. Okay, if that's your belief system. So with that being said, since I want to ask him directly, have you ever thought about, contemplated on sleeping with trans women or men? Because if you made that claim that all men have thought about it, I want to ask has he actually contemplated and thought about it?
I also want to read some of the comments so far from the Consciouz Crew. Darian saying, oh my God. Bougie Barbie says, I always knew I was hetero, even if I didn't know that the word for that. And you can be born gay or hetero or whatever. Darian says, how the F Vaughn going to tell somebody what they were? Monica says, Lord Vaughn Ray. Okay. Viper says, to me, Vaughn Ray is the manosphere sector. So just having a conversation about homosexuality with him will be chaos. Not chaos. Monica says, loud and wrong. Nobody needs to understand that. LOL. What's going on? Oh, Nancy Piece of Lisa. Hey, boo. Tarita says, is he serious right now? Wow. Kiwana says, unfortunately, I'm hetero too. Bougie Barbie says, I too have never had attraction to a woman, and I'm sure I never will. Okay, so let's, from there, have you guys as full-fledged, sugary, rainbow, as gay as they come, girl, homosexual men, have y'all ever thought about poo nanny and coochie meat and titties in y'all mouth. And if y'all have or have not, do y'all think simple, like a passing thought, or even I would even say maybe a phase, would constitute or determine someone's orientation? And starting with you, Reckless, as it relates to that question.
Okay, so for me personally, I have contemplated, but that's also because I was deep within the church and stuff that they did shame me a lot. So I was like, oh, maybe I can change it, you know, that whole little cycle or whatever. But someone's phases to be able to determine their own orientation, I would say if it's like something in terms of you testing something out because you're not sure, I don't think that's going to quote unquote be the final factor on someone's orientation. Now if they continue and they are content or even still contemplating, or they're more grounded in their orientation as in terms of the way that they may think or the way that they may have be attracted, etc., then I would say that's more of a concrete reason or a concrete stance in terms of someone's orientation. Because a lot of people that may not quote unquote act on certain things, but however, they still have a thought process, they still may be attracted, they still may be have a magnetic pull towards whatever, even though they don't act on those things. So just because you don't act on it, that does not mean that orientation is still not your orientation. Because despite me being whatever, everybody here was once a virgin, and you never acted on your orientation, but that does not mean that you still weren't either heterosexual, gay, etc. So that's how I feel about it. It may change later on, I don't know, but that's how I currently feel about it.
Tremel, have you ever had fantasies of titties in your mouth? And do you think that someone thinking about questioning their orientation makes them bi or pansexual in nature? Your thoughts?
Let me see, because I'm eating burger right now. I think honestly, I think sexuality, orientation, all of it is a spectrum, and I feel like it's really, really open for interpretation of the person's individual experience. I do believe that some people are born gay, and there's some people who just never really have an attraction to the opposite sex, and they just never really thought about it, and it was just something that just naturally happens for them. But then I think that there are also people who I've, come across a lot of people who were molested by, the same sex. And, that's how they have come to this awakening of sexuality within them. And then there are people like me who were molested by the opposite sex when I was a little child. So for him to sit there and say, oh, you was touched by a man, so that's why you like men. Well, I was touched by a woman, a girl. And it did negative things to my brain about women sexually, because it was kind of traumatizing, because I was very young. I was only 5 years old. And I distinctly remember like the whole situation, and her pulling her pants down and her pulling my pants down. And she was older than me. So it's kind of like, I didn't really understand what was happening, but I knew I did not like it. And it just scared the shit out of me. To like no end. And I always go back to that moment of, damn, who would I have been, or how would I have felt? I don't know what would have really been of me sexually had that not happened to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, I see it on all different levels, and I see it in all different spectrums and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, who really truly knows? But I just know that he's wrong.
Okay.
In real life, that man is wrong.
Hold on, y'all.
He don't know shit.
First and foremost, I want to say I'm so sorry to hear about that experience. I did not know that you had been molested, so that's my first time hearing that. but sorry for your experience. I also think that what you said was a great point, because people never think in both ways. And
Yeah.
I always say that your logic has to work in both directions. It can't be selective. Like, the math is going to math in to the east and to the west. So if we can say, to Von Ray's logic, that being sexually assaulted by someone of the same sex is what leads some same gender loving people to identifying as same gender loving, then to Tramel's point, that science, that psychology should also work in the direction of those who are maybe LGBT and assaulted by someone of the opposite sex, should be just as much so capable of converting a person to being straight, etc. What's interesting about the issue of sexual assault and orientation is that overall, clinicians have come to a consensus that sexual assault does not determine orientation. That the reality is that you have people who were already on the spectrum who have these experiences. You have people who were already same gender loving or already heterosexual who have these experiences, and this is why the science doesn't add up universally that way. This is why you can have straight people who've been assaulted by somebody of the same sex and yet they're still straight, and you have people who are bisexual or gay who've been assaulted by somebody of the opposite sex and they're still bi and or still queer, because sexuality is not determined. It's not shaped by assault. If anything, it's just an unfortunate experience that can reveal something about a person that they maybe did not know, because we also live in a system where sexuality is so informed by religion, is so informed by social norms and taboos and all of this shit that really muddies the waters and that keeps a lot of people from actually, it's some background noise, and that keeps people from being properly informed and going down the rabbit hole and being able to explore and get to know themselves without shame. Once you introduce shame to orientation and all of that, the way in which we observe these things gets very, very, very crazy. But speaking to, does everybody question? Of course, like, I've had my own experiences with women. I just had my first sexual encounter with a woman last year. I think I am majority same-sex attracted, but I think there is like 5-10% of me that is opposite sex attracted. And I think because LGBTQ, the Q is for questioning. So I think the questioning is a whole universe all by itself. And I am going to refrain from judgments about what I think about people who have the capacity to question their orientation. I don't think questioning in and of itself makes someone queer or not, because to the point of, we live in a society where you're not affirmed and not even really allowed to explore yourself or to even accept something like that about yourself without major clapback from society, from church, from religion. I think if that wasn't there, people wouldn't have to question. But it is there. So yeah, people, a lot of misunderstandings around sexuality, and there's something that's going to happen in this dialogue that's going to demonstrate what I'm saying about all the things that get kind of thrown into the pot of sexuality that kind of blur it up and kind of take it out of its own category. And I will acknowledge that part of this conversation when we dawn upon it. You was going to say something, Reckless?
I was going to say that piece of this conversation reminds me of when I'm about to name drop. I'm sorry. When we had our residential idiot, aka Freezy, on our panels, and it was very interesting to me how the conversation surrounding orientation, the conversation of abuse came up, and the interesting thing I found that was very telling to me is that they only use abuse as a way to demonize uh queer people and their identity as a whole, but yet when we think about abuse in terms of heterosexuality, it's all about demonizing that person. So a lot of the times, if y'all follow me, hopefully I can articulate this clear as precise as possible. When we talk about the music industry, and a lot of times, a lot of these men will really talk about how the music industry, they're butt breaking people and da, 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 da. If you listen to the conversation, it's a way, and the conversation is set up in a way to demonize homosexuality, what to continue to demonize homosexuality as a whole, but yet we can literally have that same conversation surrounding heterosexual people have used their own orientation to abuse the lower level, the lower tier people within the industry, aka how Rick Ross said that he would not hire a female artist because he would want to sleep with them. But the thing about it is that when we talk about instances like that, we're not demonizing heterosexuality. We're demonizing Rick Ross and his politics as the individual, but yet when the shoe is on the other foot, they do it to demonize queer people, queer existence as a whole, and to help justify it. Because let's also talk about how people were sexually assaulted and molested, but whenever they talk about when it comes down to homosexual people or trans people, etc., they use it as a catalyst, as the reason why you are the way that you are. You are mutated, you are messed up, you are a side effect, you are something other because something tragic happened to you. But yet on my panel alone, there has been heterosexual people who also were sexually assaulted or molested and at various ages, but yet the conversation surrounding
Hello,
why
hello, hello.
hello hello hello.
I can hear y'all.
Oh, okay, I'm about to say, yeah. But I was gonna say, but the conversation surrounding why I'm just gonna continue. But the conversation surrounding why a person may be
Hold on,
heterosexual.
hold on. So it's not me because everything was breaking up on my end.
Mm-hmm.
Could you hear him, Tramel?
I could, yeah. I heard everything you saying.
I don't know what the hell was going on just now.
I continue.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I was about to say that so the conversation surrounding heterosexual people in terms of them being sexually assaulted or molested, the conversation surrounding why a person may be heterosexual, that never comes up. But yet when the shoe is on the other foot for queer people, they use that as a way to say that you are queer because you were sexually assaulted. But yet that same justification or line of questioning does not happen in terms of heterosexual people. And let's also be clear as well. Like you said, people always want to talk about nature. Da, 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 da. Okay, cool. Let's just say, because we also know homosexuality does exist within nature. So do you mean to tell me that these animals in the animal kingdom were sexually assaulted as well? Do you think that these animals were sexually were molested as well? And that's the question I always want to pose, because okay, if it's a manifestation in nature, then of course with us being human beings, all we do is manifest what's ever in nature. The same reason how there's transgenderism within nature, there's transgenderism within the human race. The same way that there's homosexuality and heterosexuality within nature, there's homosexuality and heterosexuality within the human race. And so my question would be, with these homosexual animals or animals that do participate in homosexuality, like apes and monkeys and quote unquote, and if you want to get scientific for the scientific folk, are one of the animals that are closest to our makeup that also engage in homosexuality as a way to bond, then were those animals sexually assaulted and molested as well? That's all I had to say.
Now, I see that there's some things going on in the chat. I want to let commenters know sometimes Google moderator will hold your comment or suspend your comment. It's not always a physical moderator that is responsible for why you can't see you being blurred. If a physical moderator actually timed you out, it would say who timed you out and for how long you're timed out. But Google moderator is something that's outside of my control. It's also outside of the moderator's control. And depending on how this robot reads your statement, depending on how it's worded, etc., for whatever reason, it may choose to censor your statement. So if you see that your comment is not there, but you don't also see where it tells you that you have been timed out, because it'll tell you that you've been timed out if it's a physical moderator, and it'll tell you which moderator timed you out. If you don't see that, then it's Google moderator who has done so. So all I can say is just be mindful of how you write your comments. Once again, a Google moderator is above me. It's above the physical moderators as well. So yeah, that's probably more than likely what took place. Now, I was going to say something as it relates to this topic, but I'm just going to let it play.
Straight man in this world and thought like,
this is what I was going to say to what Reckless was saying. What's fascinating to me is that people will say there's nothing wrong with being gay, but if there's nothing wrong with being gay, then even if it were true that molestation and sexual assault can lead to someone being gay, what's the problem with being gay if there's nothing wrong with being gay? So I feel like for those who don't hear themselves talking when they talk, need to further explore what you actually are saying then, because you actually are upholding two different thoughts simultaneously. Outwardly, you're saying, oh, there's nothing wrong with this. But then you're making an argument that can be argued to say the complete opposite, that there is something wrong with this, and this is why, because you were sexually assaulted. But those are also two things that can be true and separate at the same time. Like sexual assault is sexual assault. Whether you believe bisexuality, lesbianism, homosexuality to be morally right is a whole separate thing. But oftentimes people will smash both of those statements up together. And then I'm always left with, well, what are you saying? Because it sounds like low-key in a subtle way, you're trying to make an argument that homosexuality is immoral, which is why you would want to believe and hold to the idea that sexual assault can result in homosexuality. But once again, we already have broken that down as well, that would have to work in the other direction as well, which is that sexual assault can lead to heterosexuality. And we know that's not the case. But if it were the case, then would it also mean that that heterosexuality is morally wrong if it was birthed out of being sexually assaulted by someone of the opposite sex?
Kind of shit, nah, that ain't for me. And we straight. So don't ever get it twisted like it ain't never been a thought, because every straight man
just
is
don't
like
boys, so that ain't.
That's never what I'm saying.
So again, so if you put it like that, viewers, because I love what my girls be doing, you're only adding on to my point of what I'm telling you.
What is your point?
So I decided that I wanted to be gay. So if you're a man enough, wait, but if you're a human being and I'm a human being, and we both have these thoughts, because just because my sexuality is different from yours, we still experience the same things. Puberty, we still experience the same thing. As a young boy, why can't I have those thoughts of deciding that I want to be gay and knowing who I am? Why, as a young boy, I can't decide within myself that I was born a different way? Not necessarily saying just me, but why do these rules only apply when it comes to straight men? You're the only one that's able to decide whether what you want or not.
No.
Why can't I have that same choice for myself? So why is it a question of you saying, oh, that's cat? I
feel like y'all was both raised by women, and honestly, it may not happen
with him already go, child.
Man, because I was raised by women, but I didn't choose that way.
I have a cousin who was raised
He
by
sounds stupid.
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on, y'all. Let me let because
My fault.
we keep talking. We're gonna be here for 4 damn hours. But I'm about to stop it after they get into this whole woman influence thing.
It overtakes them, and they just rather
Yeah,
that way
and again,
what they see.
but
A lot of
again,
times,
go ahead, Ted.
just to be honest with you, yeah, it's not a lot. Most of them, most gay men are not just didn't come up like you did, like what you just saying. So I'm saying, like, I think, like, when I first met him, his mama act like she ain't know. I was confused.
You knew when you met him, man.
I said, what the hell she talking about? Like, I said, oh, so I'm gonna stay out of that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay out of it.
In denial. It's a in denial thing.
So she didn't want to go along with it, but as time went on, I feel like I found where it came from. And he may say something that's different, but I'm on the outside and I pay attention to shit. And it comes from, like when we was growing up, get out my mouth. Get your ass back in the back room. You ain't supposed to be
He involved in too many conversations.
He was in women conversations early. They'll invite him in. His aunties, they invite him in to talk. And I'll be like, man, you don't even supposed to be talking about it. Go and sit him downstairs somewhere.
So it gave him the femininity.
This is a very weird and interesting point that this idea that a boy being exposed to a lot of women's space, a lot of women's community, etc., can make him gay. I feel like, and they are going to kind of get into this, but they are conflating femininity with orientation. Femininity and sexual orientation are two different things. Masculinity, femininity, and orientation are two separate things, okay? That's why you can have the Princes of the world, the Michael Jacksons of the world. You can have the Maxwells, who early on in his career was considered to, have a little flick of the wrist, girl. He was had a questionable orientation to the masses, etc. That you can have feminine straight men. You can have masculine straight women, that your mannerisms and your characteristics do not determine your orientation. There are a lot of very soft, emotionally available, emotionally in touch, very sensitive, warm men who may seem gay, who are in fact as heterosexual as they come. There's a lot of tomboy women who climb trees, they wrestle, they into sports, they don't even necessarily, they are not girly girls at all. They love to sweat, they love to use their hands, they love to build shit. They're very much so in their masculine energy bag, but are very much so heterosexual. So By Ted saying that, oh, I knew immediately, like I knew he was gay as hell, just by, like as soon as I saw him, girl. Gay is not a look. Gay is not an appearance. Femininity is, masculinity is, orientation is in fact not an appearance. Hence why there's so much kerfuffle over the download community, why the download community has the community shook, because you can't see it. You can't determine it by how someone is behaving, whether it's a man behaving in a very hyper masculine way or whether it's a man behaving in a very hyper feminine way. Neither one determines orientation. The most masculine, thuggy, crip walking, blood bandana swinging, baby mama having dude can be bisexual, can be homosexual. Sexuality is not an appearance. It's not a mannerism. It's not any of that. Orientation is orientation. Just like you have a lot of what they call lipstick lesbians in the lesbian community. Very feminine women, girly girls who love their makeup, they love their skirts, their heels, etc., who very much so love pussy. They love today's. Their appearance, their clothing style would not determine their orientation. Look at the rapper Eve, how when she came onto the scene initially as a Rough Rider, she presented in a tomboy fashion. She riding the bikes, the dirt bikes. She had, you know, her masculine swag, etc. She had, you know, her bald head, honey. You know, very much so though, strictly dickly. So we have to literally transcend this archaic idea that mannerisms determine someone's orientation. We are making a gross mischaracterization and judgment of a person by using their sense of style or using their mannerisms, etc., to determine what they like sexually and or romantically. Anybody want to speak to what's being said so far?
The only thing I was gonna say, you kind of already hit the nail on the head, was talking about if that's the case, then why is it that in the DL code, like in terms of DL culture, and why do people make a big fuss about DL culture? Because if gay had a look, then you should be able to spot, quote unquote, the DL man, if that's the case. So that's all I really want to say. But you already had hit the nail on the head. So not Von Ray and Flock.
Von Ray and Flacco need to hook up and do an interview together so we can see all the. No, we don't need to see that. We do not need to see that, honey. That'd be a mess. Tremel, anything that you want to say to that before we move further into the dialogue?
To be perfectly honest, I'm just like so checked out of this conversation at this point, because it's like one of those things of like, I hate for people who are like, you don't even have these experiences. So how the hell you gonna tell me how I got here? You're not an expert on all things homosexual. You're not even homosexual. So how can you tell us what the experience was or how you got here? I know exactly how you got here. How do you know? You're not living in this life. You're not living in this experience. Whatever the experience was for you is different. Because like, I can't tell you how you got to where you are. You know what I'm saying? It's very weird. This is a very weird conversation.
That's what I wanted to
That this
say.
person who's not an expert is trying to give expert advice or expert level. I know how you got here. Like, you sound dumb. You sound dumb, sir.
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said, because you just reminded me of when I was just about to say, is that that's the thing that gets me in conversations like this, is how a lot of people like to come up with these Bill Nye the Science Guy, Freaky Friday, science experiment, hypothesis, reasons, whatever, of how quote unquote queer people got here. It's like people will do all of that, but then yet that same energy is not really taken into account in terms of the flip side, because everything in terms of how queer people got here is everything negative, but yet that same negativity is never applied elsewhere, aka on the flip side. Because
also,
someone
science never works in both directions, then to that logic that a boy being raised around his mom and aunties and sisters informs his sexuality, then how is it that you still have gay people who are born in both households? How is it that you still get gay men who are raised by single fathers? How is it that you get lesbian women who are raised by single mothers? Like, the math don't math in. And that's what I be saying. Like, the logic has to work. Like, logic and truth works in every direction. It's not compartmentalized over here and you can just be anecdotal in this little corner and then it's irrelevant in a bigger space. Maths in on the earth, outside the earth, math. So how do you explain queer people who are raised by parents relative to their orientation? To their sex and gender. Because I was raised in a two-parent household. I don't know about everybody else here. I was raised in a two-parent household. I was raised by a quintessential feminine mother, and I was raised by a quintessential masculine father. And I'm both masculine, I'm both feminine, and I'm same gender loving. And two, because you can also hear the patriarchy and the misogyny and sexism in these subtleties of talking points, because it also sounds low-key like a lot of times these are moral judgments against women as well. Because what would also be so bad about a boy having characteristics of his mother or of the females in his life? If there's nothing also morally, ethically wrong with being a damn woman, there's nothing wrong with how women operate in their personalities, etc. Then what is the issue? Even if a boy does absorb some of those attributes, which is to be expected, especially if he's being raised in a co-ed society, if he's being raised in a co-ed home where he's living with his sisters and his brothers, or he's living with his mother and his father. If a girl is living with her brothers and her sisters, her father and her mother, wouldn't it be impossible for most people to not have characteristics of both sexes? So that's what I never understand about these talking points, is what's supposed to be the issue? Even if a boy has taken some traits from the females in his life, what's supposed to be wrong with that? If there's nothing wrong with being a female, then what's wrong with me having female traits?
But there is something wrong with being a female. You knew that, though.
I never understand like the logic here.
Societally, they think that women are supposed to be inferior, the inferior sex. So you exhibiting those traits, being a male or a man, is something so wrong and it's so taboo. It's just so beneath you because you are a man. You're supposed to be a masculine, hyper masculine man. And women are supposed to be this inferior, timid type of individual. So it's like, so when a woman is too masculine, too hard, then she's deemed unattractive or unmarriable. If a man is deemed too feminine, he's deemed gay and unattractive and all this other stuff. Feminine qualities are seen as problematic for men, and masculine qualities are seen as problematic for women because you're supposed to be what you are, or whatever the fuck they want to pretend like it's supposed to be. But that's how people that's how people view the sexes, genders, and how you express yourself. Like when your mannerisms, if you're too feminine, they think that you're weak. Is viewed as a weakness. Being feminine, female is a weakness. Being masculine and a male is a plus, and you're supposed to align with that if you're a man. And if you're a woman, you're not supposed to align with that. But they do still accept you. Which is why the double standard, like, oh, you can be a tomboy, but let a little boy act like a girl is always a problem. Oh, she's just a tomboy. She'll grow out of it. Oh, I was a tomboy when I grew up, and I came into myself and da da da. That's why lesbianism is accepted, like more so accepted than being gay. So it's all messed up.
I said everything that I said because that's what they are never bold enough to say, and since they're not bold enough to say it, that's why I'm challenging their logic, because none of them will say there's anything wrong with being a woman.
Because they're too stupid to figure out that that's where it come from.
They may in fact have politics that are very anti-woman, in fact, but they never actually can bring themselves to say there's anything wrong with being woman. And since they're not going to say that, then I'm challenging the psychology of, if there's nothing wrong with being a woman, and you're not saying that there is anything wrong with being a woman, then what's wrong with a boy or a male who has so-called womanly characteristics and traits? What's wrong with that?
They scared. They either are too stupid to realize it, or they realize it, they just don't want to say it because they don't want to be deemed as, I guess, what the fuck they are. It's problematic.
And that's why I always say that homophobia really is birthed out of misogyny and patriarchy, because homophobia and transphobia is really rooted in sexism. It's really rooted in anti-woman. To your point, when women have more masculine characteristics, they also get their fair share of clapback but maybe historically not to the same degree that men giving up their male privilege in a patriarchy do, because it's literally subconsciously seen as that. You're taking off your male privilege, because maleness comes with privilege, comes with major social equity, and you're giving that up to identify with what we have deemed is the lesser sex, the weaker of the genders. So you are insulting yourself by giving up that maleness to identify with a dispensable and disposable gender and sex, which is why in this patriarchy, feminine gay men, trans women are so severely frowned upon. But when these conversations happen, nobody ever is introspective enough to understand that. They are responding and talking out of that psychology without even realizing that they're holding very misogynistic, very patriarchal ideals that are at the root of these subtle pushbacks regarding queerness and sexuality and bisexuality, etc. But that's what's at the root of it. That is what is at the root of it, is being anti-woman. Because if there's nothing wrong with being a motherfucking woman, then there would be nothing seen as wrong or inherently incorrect about a boy or male having womanly tendencies. But you only feel a way about him having that because I'm sure in your actual politics and worldview, there are very anti-woman politics you have there. Most people who are homophobic also hold the same ideas that women should be baby makers and should have their ass in the kitchen and should allow a man to lead and should be inherently submissive and should be controlled, etc., who is by default lost in the world without the leadership of a man, etc. Most homophobes also happen to be major sexists as well. You can't have homophobia and transphobia without having misogyny. You can't have homophobia and transphobia without having sexism. You just can't. Which is why I always argue that we're all in this shit together. Like, women and queer people are in this shit together in a patriarchy.
Oh yeah, I'll take it even a step further to say that they blame women for everything. Like, let's say most of, I'm not gonna say most, but a good majority of Black men who are locked up in prison were raised in by their mothers. They were in single parent households and stuff like that. They commonly say that, oh, they didn't have a man in their lives, so that's why they're in jail and they went down the wrong road. Pretty much saying a woman is not good for even raising children, like, or properly caring for a young man to the point where he would be a successful adult. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're blaming women for, oh, you didn't raise your son right, but they're not blaming a man for not being in the home to actually, be a part of the nurturing and raising process. So it's like they hate women to no end, and women don't even see it because, well, I don't even know if, I'm not gonna say that they don't see it, but I think women have this whole thing of trying to please a man, so they can't even stick together with each other. There's always this whole situation of pick Misha, pick Misha, or this new culture of pick Misha. Like, if a woman speaks out to, oh, women shouldn't be like this, or women shouldn't think like this, and or women shouldn't, then they're viewed as a good, strong woman, yes. But then if a woman is like, oh, more submissive and more like, oh, maybe we should be more like this and stuff like that, then they're viewed as, you girl, you just trying to get picked by a man. But like, essentially, y'all are not sticking together. Y'all are not having these powerful conversations where y'all are coming to a consensus of being in the same spaces of submission and dominance at the same time. Like, it is good to have duality in your life for men and women. And women really are on one end of the spectrum, whether it's being too hard and they act like they don't need nobody, or they're too soft and they just give all of their power and control to the wrong type of people who will use and abuse them. It's sad.
Absolutely. And somebody just said it in the chat that they're talking about Von Ray. The breakdown says Von Ray has some strong assumptions and biases versus letting him tell his own testimony. That is another mistake that a lot of heterosexual people do make when sitting in spaces with queer people, is oftentimes when they should be listening, they're actually taking the charge on something that's not even their lived experience. So there should be much more of a humbleness that we take when listening to people whose lives we don't live, whose orientations are not our own, whose gender identities and expressions are not our own, etc. Because common thought is the people themselves would be a lot more acute on the subject of what it means to be queer, or what it means to be trans, or what it means to be gay, etc., than somebody who is not. But oftentimes we do find heterosexual people having very strong views, and then sitting in the face of queer people almost as if queer people need to listen to them about their own lived experiences, when it's supposed to be the other way around. So as a FYI, it's better to listen, to be informed from the phenomenon itself, versus speaking at the phenomenon as if the phenomenon doesn't have more authority in that dialogue and under an understanding of the phenomenon itself than somebody who is completely far removed from that.
But then again, but people get it so confused, and that's where I have the issue with people. People not educated. You got to educate yourself in order to even have these type of conversations, because you're confusing sexuality with somebody's characteristics. There are so many men that I meet in my life that are feminine that do not like men. You can be feminine and like women in the same sentence. People have it confused.
So what's feminine? What's feminine?
Feminine is your definition. You tell me, because
now see, By Ted was playing in Big Sexy's face at this point. Now By Ted is acting deaf, dumb, and stupid. Like, oh, what you determine as feminine? You know exactly what the hell is determined as feminine, because you just said moments ago that as soon as you saw your stepson, you knew he was damn gay. As soon as he opened up his mouth, you knew he was damn gay. But now all of a sudden now, you need clarity on what's considered feminine when you use the fact that your stepson is feminine to make an assumption about his orientation.
Just saying, what's feminine to you?
I think y'all confusing it. We're not saying feminine. I mean,
I'm not saying that.
Get your words
I'm
right.
saying
stupid.
We back it up and we rewind.
The way don't be so technical when we use the word.
Well, we gotta be technical.
I didn't just say feminine.
You said feminine.
I did.
I didn't say that.
I said it. But what I'm saying is when we say
I haven't even said that today.
I said it.
Yeah, I ain't said that. I ain't said it today.
Okay, what's what I'm saying? Run these cameras back. Down, go ahead.
But what I'm saying is,
talk and not make no sense.
When we mean feminine, we mean the woman trait. So what he was involving himself in, what they was letting him involve himself in, women shit.
So it's still adding on to my point of what I'm saying.
Men can't have some feminine traits. That don't mean
so again, okay. So
I feel like a feminine trait growing up, like I've been getting my feet done since I was 9.
Some people may take that as feminine.
Back in the day, it was feminine. Now it ain't feminine no more.
So you guys, but this is the thing.
That's the only feminine.
In order to have this conversation, Vaughn, you first of all have to be educated on what sexuality is. You don't even know the definition because you're using it lightly. We have to make sense. What you said was, so what it did was instead.
He was appalled.
You're adding that onto him being what?
I'm appalled at this display.
No, I didn't miss anything. What you said was it has to make sense.
If you let me talk, my nigga,
because you not letting
they was involving him in women conversations that gave him that notion, also on top of him being touched by whoever he was being touched by. No, you didn't say being touched. Now you saying being touched. That's the first thing I said.
Got it. Okay. So now you saying being touched.
So when he said it, we put it together.
Got
Let that go.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because all that's going to do is just make your statement not correct again. So if we go to the fact of, say he wasn't touched, all you just, and I know I'm not tripping, viewers, I know exactly what I'm talking about. What you just said confidently was, it instilled feminine in him. Did you or did you not say that?
You know what I'm saying?
Being feminine and being gay are two different things.
Let me get my rebuttal. I feel like even if to a certain point, if he would still let him involve in women conversations, if he wouldn't have been touched, he would have had a fair chance to choose for himself at an age that he understood sexuality more. But at him being such a young age, he really just went with what was more comfortable and what he was introduced to.
What he was used to.
Yeah.
No, but that's not necessarily true.
Okay, so to that point, I got a question for you, Tramel. You have been molested, and you also made the point of saying you wonder who you would have been without that experience. So does Von Ray have a point about
honestly, I feel like but the problem is like you're speaking on one person's experience and you're trying to make it a blanket statement. Like, you just can't do that. Like I said earlier, it could be that was his experience. Maybe if he hadn't been touched, but he was in I guess a heavily female or heavily woman-based environment, maybe he would have been different. Maybe that could have conflated some situation for him. But that's just to his experience. That's not for everybody. And don't make it seem like you got this cookie cutter, oh, this is how you got to where you at as far as you, because they sound stupid. This is how you got gay. This is what happened. This is exactly what happened. This is how you got here. It's not like that for everybody. Everybody has their own experience. Like you said, 2-parent households, situations like that. There are some guys who are raised by, there are some gay dudes out here that are raised by nothing but men. Their mothers are not around and they still turn out to be gay. Like, you can't say that it's just like for everybody. And for you to sit there and say that, this means you're uneducated. Like you said, you don't know the difference between sexuality and orientation. Like, you just really, really don't. Or feminine qualities and or masculine qualities versus what you're actually attracted to. Like, that does not mean shit. And that's pissing me off that he think that he could just sit there and be like, well, this is how you got there. Okay, well, you might be, because that boy's sitting there not saying nothing, for real. Big Sex is doing all the talking, so I don't know what that little boy's feeling. I didn't mean call him little boy like he little, but you know what I mean. Like,
I think he's a grown man.
You know what I mean? He's younger than me, so he could, because I wouldn't be sitting there listening to no other man who I'm older than tell me about my experience. Like, first of all, shut up.
It may be because he's still unpacking it on some level, which is why he's taking a listening to everybody's perspective, because he hasn't got his own perspective totally intact yet.
Yeah, young people shit. I get it. So I can sit up here and I can confidently say my experience was my experience, and this is what happened to me, and this is what I do think about, and this is how I feel like I've come to this particular juncture in my life about sexuality. It could be other things like, that happened to me. And then I was raised by my mother, I was raised around a lot of women, but I wasn't necessarily privy to a lot of female conversations, if that makes sense. Like, I had an uncle, he took care of me as well. So it was kind of like, and I was raised around other kids and I saw other things. Like, I really was raised by a slew of experiences around my friends and around my family. So it's not just, oh, he was just raised by a bunch of women, so he gay because of that. No, it doesn't happen that way. Because like the Vaughn guy says, he was raised by women too. I'm pretty sure he was present for a few conversations, and he's probably thought, and he said he even thought about being with a man or something like that, or he had a questioning about, oh, what would that be like? But he just never acted on it. Okay, well, bro, it's a spectrum around here. So stop sitting there pretending like you haven't thought about it, or it hasn't been a thing, or that is something that is just solely, oh, this is the reason why. And then when you get trapped into your opinion and somebody pushes it back into your face, you're like, oh, no, I didn't say that. Or no, that's not what I meant. You say women being raised around a bunch of women, that's what made you gay. But I had the same thing happen to me, but I'm not gay. So, but you gay because of that. That don't make no sense.
So I want to give Von Ray a lot of props for one for making that statement that most men probably have questioned, have thought about, contemplated on some level or another about the same sex, etc. I think that's just a part of human nature to question self, because we're all on the journey of unpacking ourselves and becoming ourselves. So self-discovery includes questioning and thinking about things. And I don't feel like that means one thing over the other, except that you're just being a human being if you find yourself questioning, because that's kind of a becoming of age attribute. What I will say also with a little bit of what I said prior is that Von Ray doesn't hear himself. And a lot of heterosexual people don't. A lot of heterosexual people live on the surface of their ideals around homosexuality and transgender, etc. They really never go down the rabbit hole too much. But once they get into conversation where they are really divulging and getting into like the rabbit hole of their thoughts, that's when you can really find like it seems like there's some other type of politics there. And Von Ray, on the surface, once again, is probably able to say, I don't have no problem with gay people. And I mean, hell, one of his friends is Big Sexy. He and our friends, etc. He has gay friends, probably has trans friends, etc. But that's only the beginning. That's only the beginning. When you get into these conversations, you also have to listen to yourself to really understand what type of foundation your pro-gay, your pro-LGBT politics sit upon. Because for a lot of heterosexual people, when I have engaged them, even including those who call themselves allies, etc., or who consider themselves to be, I'm cool with everybody, I think people should be able to do what they want to do. I got gay friends, people. Even for them, I have found that when you get into that rabbit hole of thought, it starts to get very interesting, baby, and it don't be looking like it's team everybody. And so I would want Von Ray to question what is compelling him to want to other homosexuality, especially in the same conversation of I love gay people and I don't think there's anything wrong with gay people, because only one out of the two of those things can be true. But you can't have there's nothing wrong with being gay, everybody should be able to be themselves, da 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 da, but then you find yourself arguing and debating homosexuality into some other category, and a pretty unflattering one at that, attaching it to sexual assault, attaching it to abuse, attaching it to sexual violation, attaching it to, oh, this is indoctrination from having proximity to women's community. There's nothing about any of that that's a reflection of the truth. There's nothing about that train of thinking that's affirming, even because in everything that you're saying, the only thing that can be extracted from that is then you're saying that there's something wrong with being gay, because all the circumstances in which you're saying people become gay are flawed. Oh, because and once again, this is why I say patriarchy and all of that, misogyny is at the root, because really at the basis of that thinking is the idea that men are supposed to be men, and that you have this absolute attitude about what it means to be man. And it's probably a atypical attitude that a man is supposed to be masculine, he's supposed to be heterosexual, he's supposed to reproduce with the woman, etc. That's what's at the basis of the train of thinking. But because nobody wants to say they're homophobic, or because nobody wants to really be honest about the way they feel and the way they really think, this is where a lot of heterosexual people get contradictory at, because they're making a political, all-inclusive statement on the surface, but really in their hearts, there's another narrative, and it's inconsistent with what's paraded around on the surface as pro everybody. All orientation lives matter. So I would just want Vaughn to hear himself and just say, and just explore that. Like, wait, if I'm saying that there's also nothing wrong with being gay, then what does it matter if a boy is even chooses to be gay? This whole concept of gay is a choice. That even if that were the case, if there's nothing wrong with being gay, so what? There's nothing wrong with being gay, remember? So even if a person woke up today and said, I'm going to consciously decide to be gay, okay. Remember, there's nothing wrong with being gay. Doesn't matter whether people choose it. Doesn't matter whether it's organic to people's nature, because there's nothing wrong, right, with being gay. But that's not what you're really saying. So you got to sit in that and explore that and unpack that in yourself, because there's a inconsistency. There's something that's very disjointed about what you're saying on the surface, but the point you're really making once you get to talking deeply about what you're saying.
If he say some stuff like, when he finally came downstairs and said it, I was like,
well, let him speak for himself.
I don't want to say that it's that. I feel like even if I was touched or anything, I feel like within me, I don't know, I'm real deep into myself. So like, I knew deep inside of me that like, regardless of this stuff happening, I do feel like when my dad is saying with the conversation, that was always me being into women conversations. Like that was me. That was my thing. I was always nosy in the mix. Who said what? That was me.
Yeah, and that's crazy too. That this is how shallow these conversations be about orientation. Is that's almost like saying that a male can't be a pop culture commentator or can't have a gossip column without being gay. That's not true.
Oh, trust me. I was about to say something about that.
Yeah, like that's not true. Like we have the Charlemagnes, we have the DJ.
Yeah, they call them gay all the time.
We have, yeah, I know what they say, but they actually are not, is what I'm saying.
Right. No, they just put it off like they're gay.
It's not actually true, is my point. So with this being the facts of our lives, like what does this mean that a boy was exposed to a female conversation? And once again, these feminine attributes are still being conflated for orientation, even if they can be considered feminine. That's still a separate thing from orientation, but it's being conflated in this dialogue. That because you were exposed to women and you done picked up some of their traits, that's also wrong. And then it also means by default you're gay. Not the case. There are plenty of straight men who are commentators. Hell, there are male OBGYNs. I think I'm saying that right. There are medical doctors that specialize in female anatomy who are delivery specialists, who deal with ovarian cancers, breast cancers. Are you saying that these doctors who are heterosexual also can't be all up in women's bodies, can't be all up in women's studies scientifically without being gay? Like these things, orientation don't have nothing to do with any of that. Once again, yes, we live in a society where we've dogpiled onto orientation and attach all these superficial things that are not mutually exclusive with orientation at all. Orientation is orientation. Orientation doesn't determine your hobbies. It doesn't determine your personal style. It doesn't determine your interests. It doesn't determine anything other than your love language, your romantic and sexual interests. Outside of that, sexuality doesn't exist. Outside of that, we get into social constructs. We get into femininity and masculinity. We get into personality traits, which also, might I add, just contrary to popular belief, are also neither male nor female. We just live in a society where we have labeled these things, girl things, boy things, masculine things, feminine things. That's also man-made as well. We have determined that pink is feminine. Now, pink is not feminine. Hell, to body with Ted, it used to be gay as hell to get your feet done if you was a male. Now it's not. You know why these things are able to be interchangeable? Because they're not real in and of itself. The judgments and perceptions and labels we slap on them don't actually fucking exist. That's why they change. That's why fads change. Trends change. Because they're not real in and of themselves. They're not objective in and of themselves, which is why they're capable of being altered, remixed, or completely being destroyed altogether. Because they're not real.
Can I say something problematic? Probably.
Sure.
So, what I really feel like, and I told my friend this, I told her, I said, listen, I said a lot of things that go on in our culture and society, actually, I feel like are, and this is my opinion, I feel like could be dictated by women. The things that are acceptable could be accepted by women. So when women start accepting things, when women start saying, hey, I like my man to have, you know, his fingernails done. I like for my man to look clean cut and dress like a certain type of way, to be trendy and fashionable, which might be considered to be gay or feminine. I feel like when women started saying that that's what they like, or that was more projected, and women were saying, oh, that's what I like, that's what I like in my man, dudes started doing that. And that automatically changed the perception of what is a metrosexual man is, or what a man is getting his nails done or feet done or dressing a certain type of way, wearing skinny jeans and stuff like that. Like, women accepted it. It's always been in here. Like, gay boys was doing it all the time. When women start accepting it, then all of a sudden, oh, that's what women like, so let me do that. And now all of a sudden it's not gay no more. It's been delivered. But that's just me. That's the opinion that I have. When women start putting energy into certain situations, like when they start putting their foot down, like, this is the type of man that I want, or this is the type of man that I like because I see that on TV. I see that, you know, my gay friend, he always looking nice and all this stuff. These straight dudes be walking around with their pants sagging, wearing the biggest clothes, and they don't dress as nice as they gay friends do. They're like, huh, she like that. Okay, let me try that.
Miss McGee says that Billy Porter talks about this in his book. He was severely molested by his stepdad, and he said it took him a while to accept that he would have been gay even if he was not molested. Storm says, look at the flack I get. LOL. It's the projection. It's the projection for me. And we don't realize that it's our understandings of gender that are informing us about whether people are in fact gay, bi, or straight. And it's really ridiculous, and it puts everybody into an unnecessary box. It doesn't allow for men to have the versatility of showing up in a way that's organic to them without these judgments. It also forces people to exist and live in ways that makes a big part of their authenticity hidden in secrecy, which we also object to as a collective and say, oh, people should be loud and proud so that everybody can know what they're getting out of everybody. But how can that happen if we're also the same shallow society that is constantly projecting and shaming people for their mannerisms, for their proclivities, for their etc.? Like, you just can't have both of those things in the same breath. Oh, Reckless, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Is there something you want to say so far? Because if not, I'm gonna press play.
I'm good.
Okay.
I feel like you said, being feminine, like that didn't make
feminine.
me gay. I
Come
feel
on,
like
feminine.
I knew I was gay.
Two different
I
things.
don't feel children make that type of decision.
I wish you never said
But
that.
I know.
I really feel like, hold on,
different
Sexy.
things. Go ahead.
Hold on. I don't feel like children makes that decision for themselves.
How?
I feel like the experiences you've been through made it for you.
Yeah. But this is the thing. I was raised in a household, and this is where people get me so upset.
You are the 1%.
No, it's not the. I'm not the. No. I'm not the exception. There are. It's the stigma that you're going by. That's not true.
Facts.
There are a lot of gay men who were raised by a heterosexual mother
Facts.
and a heterosexual father.
Facts.
So he's part of the 1% too.
Pause it, please.
To me, it's a lot.
And that's another thing too. Like, let's just say the father isn't there. You know, you have cousins. You do know you have uncles. You do know you have brothers. You do know you have other male teachers and mentorship coaches. Like, because I most definitely, even I am a gay man. I played football. I most definitely was in male spaces. I was inside the locker rooms, and I was very much aggressive, quote unquote, when it's time to put it on, take it off, etc. So, like, it's just this idea that people think just because you didn't have a father, you just didn't have no other representation there, and like you were just strictly in a female woman community, when that's not the case. And they are being disingenuous whenever they say that. And also, what's also disingenuous is him saying that in terms of what was the first thing he said? It was children can't make that type of decision. Yes, children can, because children are the only people who are experiencing their own bodies. Children are also the same people. And here's another thing too. Let's just have an honest conversation. I know this is going to be triggering for a lot of people, but young adults, children, they do have an orientation. Now, whether they act on that orientation or they are understanding their orientation, but they do have an orientation. That's the reason why you may have underage girls who may have a crush on a boy. Now they may not know what to do with that crush, aka like sexual activities, or even show different types of affection. But however, that feeling, that magnetic pull still does exist. That's the reason why you may have someone, like, especially back in the day, someone like a Justin Bieber, and there was little girls who were big giant fans of him. Or you may have somebody who may be an adult entertainer in terms of stage presence, etc., music or whatever. But however, they may have a crush on that person. That's the reason why a lot of boy bands were really big. It was big. It was normal for the girls to have crushes on the members in boy bands. Now, whether or not if they knew what to do with that, that's for them to figure that out. But that does not mean that they did not have an orientation, and they do make that decision. But also, what comes to that is that a lot of parents think that they have a Build-A-Bear. Oh, I want you to be just like me. No. You need to be yourself. And I think that's what a lot of parents, adults, guardians go wrong, as in they try to make their children, make the person that they're looking after just like them, a mini them. Well, no, I want you to be yourself, and you have to come to agreement that, or come to the fact that your child may be completely opposite from you. Like me and my mom, our views are very polarizing.
And it's always like, this happens in the hetero community all the time. I've literally seen so many TikTok and viral videos and videos that are meant to be funny and humorous, where you have a little girl saying, I want to grow up to be a wife. I want to grow up to be a mommy like my mommy. There's no pushback when that's communicated at all. Even though this little girl is expressing gender roles, orientation, all in the same breath of her sentiments, there's no pushback. She doesn't get popped in her mouth. She doesn't get told to go in her room. There's nobody frowning at those statements, etc. Because once again, as long as it's heterosexual, then this is normal. But for some reason, queer children, queer youth don't have the same luxury. To Reckless's point, children have an orientation. What people conflate is puberty. Puberty is the transition of the body. The transition and the enlightenment of the soul can happen way before puberty ever happens. Puberty is just the physical body's expression of the second cycle of development. In your mind and your consciousness, in your heart, awareness, etc., are separate from that puberty transition. I was one of those underage young boys in elementary school playing around, roughhousing with boys and experiencing this feeling, this vibration. I didn't have any language for it, but there was a distinct energetic resonance that was present for the same sex that was not present for the opposite sex. I did not understand what that energetic resonance was. I just knew there was resonance. When we were young playing High Go Get It, when the boys would be on boys hunching, there was a particular experience I had energetically that wasn't there when I was hunching the girls. There were these vibrational, energetic connections that I would find myself making if I found a boy cute, even when I didn't have language for cute. Didn't even know what the fuck cute really was. That didn't keep me from experiencing attraction just because I didn't have language to describe attraction. Language does not determine information, nor language determines experience. We have experiences all the time that we do not have language and concept for. That doesn't stop us nonetheless from experiencing the unknown, from experiencing an aspect of reality and consciousness. When I was growing up, because sexuality wasn't a conversation, homosexuality wasn't a conversation, these were just not things that my mother or father really had reason to be talking to me or my brother about. So when I would go out as an elementary child, as a middle schooler, and I was being called gay, I didn't even know what the fuck that was. I didn't know what that even meant. Gay, 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 gay. Hearing it, I didn't even understand. They was able to see something that I wasn't even clear about at the time, which is also very fascinating as well. And obviously, gay was a big conversation in their households, which is why they had the F word. They were informed and loaded with the F word. They were loaded with using the term gay in a derogatory way, etc. But there had been no concept of sexuality in my household of growing up at those ages. So it was all interesting to me. So I just want to end my point on the fact that young people definitely have an orientation. They don't have language for it. They don't have concept for what they are experiencing, but they obviously are experiencing something. There was just a story that popped off a few weeks ago of a young girl. I think she died of cancer, and her dream was to get married. Her parents had her participate in a mock ceremony before she died. I think this young girl was no more than what, 9, 8 maybe younger, maybe a little older. There was no pushback. There was no objectification, like, oh my God, she can't have a Dutch. There was none of that. There never is any of that, really, when it comes to young people who are assumed to be hetero. But there's always now a congressional hearing, and we have to do these scientific docu-series and explorations and expeditions when it comes to same-sex attraction. All of a sudden now, the math and science works differently when it doesn't. Go ahead, Reckless.
Oh no, you're all good. Good, because you already touched on it when you talked about how in different households people, quote unquote, children don't know anything about sexual orientation, but however they're very much aware and they know when to use the F word. They know how to disrespect queer people. They know how to spot queer people, but yet they have no knowledge on orientation, etc. So that's all I want to say, but you already had touched on this.
Oh, and I also want to make a comment about a conversation that's happening in the chat about Charlemagne the God and some of these so-called questionable heterosexual figures. None of these people have came out and said that they were that they were homosexual. I also think that it doesn't do us any service to make these unnecessary assumptions, because once again, all you're doing is actually reinforcing homophobia. There is, straight men are not a monolith. Charlemagne is clearly a man who, him and both DJ Envy have a great sense of humor. Charlemagne is a class clown. Him giving DJ Envy a mole at his ass is him being a clown. It's not him being a bisexual. It's not him being a homosexual. These are not the only frameworks to look at a person through. You have plenty of men in very hyper-masculine sports who slap each other on the ass, who make gay jokes all the time. I existed as a young man in masculine spaces, in the locker rooms, etc. Gay jokes are rampant. Acting gay toward each other is rampant. Homoeroticism is rampant. It's not actually homosexuality, but being affectionate or being lighthearted and having less of an ego, where you can be comfortable as a heterosexual man to compliment another man or to joke with another man in a homoerotic way, actually can argue the opposite. That it means that a man is very comfortable in his sexuality to the point that he don't have to worry about what he looks like. If he wants to be affectionate toward his homeboy, or he wants to make a homoerotic joke or pass at his homeboy, because he understands that his sexuality isn't even determined by this gesture. That is not determined by the joke. It's not determined by the slap on the ass. There are plenty of gay men slapping women on the ass who secretly want to slap a man on his ass. So when you're clear in your orientation, you no longer have to perform heterosexuality. Your behavior may look gay from the outside in, but because you clear about it, you're not able to concern yourself with what the fuck people think.
Period.
About your jokes, about your relationships to other men, about how you conduct yourself amongst other men, because you are clear about it.
Things that I've seen, and I still decided to go the other way because I made that decision. Just like you said, everybody is given that option to say, okay, this is what I want to do, or this is what I want to do. Do I want to be gay, or do I not want to be gay? So you can have a representation. Cool, you can have a representation all day, and still, if you decide in your mind as a child, just like you said, if you decide to say, okay, I'm not gay, then you're not gay. And that's what people get misconstrued with sexuality and being feminine. Again, going back to what you just said, you got to make it make sense. At the end of the day, that is what he decided for himself. Yes, I do get the perspective of how people say, oh, somebody has been touched. Oh, they have been cheated. I get that. That's a road. Don't really want to go down. Because I know everybody's experiences are different, and I do feel like certain situations may tap into a person's sexuality. But guess what? At the end of the day, if you're a straight man and you're a straight man, you can sit here and say that you've never fondled with a boy, and you've never touched dick before, and you've never laid down with a man, and you've never even thought about it, and you never wanted to do it. I can say that at 7 years old, I knew I was gay. What's the difference?
Right,
how are straight men? No. But wait, let me finish though. It's no cutting it because you always try to cut it when I'm speaking back. No. But why is it always fair as heterosexual people and straight men? Why is it that you can say that you knew what you wanted? Because Ted just said he don't like boys.
Well, we done had almost 2 hours worth of dialogue off of 20 minutes.
Yeah, I ain't gonna make it through the rest of this. I'm really not. Give me to the good junctures.
You never thought about.
Well, we all are looking at this together because I haven't seen it in its entirety. So,
oh, okay, keep going.
I can say I've never thought about being with girls. I chose my sexuality. Boy, Damon. No, but guess what? You're going by a book that was oppressed to keep you in slavery. I don't even read the book. But you're saying that. I'm saying that to say this. You're saying I'm a boy. You're saying that to say what? You putting that rule book on what? That's time into what?
Okay, what was your experience? Because we got to understand, when you came into his life, you said you knew off the bat he was gay. Or he had a certain type of way about him that you was like, this boy going to be gay when he grow up.
Yeah.
So what was that point for you that you knew that just off the jump?
Soon he opened his mouth.
Facts.
But Ted, the same one who said, what's feminine though? What's feminine?
talking about soon. I was like, no, like, damn.
So when your girl at the time, you
It's the no and damn for me.
little nigga how to play throw a football.
Now the crazy thing is, the nigga can play ball.
And see, to look at how Avon Ray is not even hearing himself. He doesn't even realize how his own statements are loaded with his perception and assumption about gay men. He just said to Body with Ted, like, yeah, because you was probably thinking, right, you can come into the little nigga life and masculine him up. And then Body with Ted, like, nah, nigga, this nigga is already a great athlete. He's great at sports, great at basketball. And Von Ray doesn't even realize that in his mind, his perception of gay men in general is feminine and purely feminine, only feminine, which is why he would assume that Body with Ted would have the hetero agenda in line to come into this young gay black man's life to make him more boyish, because he's making an assumption that all gay men are exclusively feminine.
I play all sports. Like,
He's an athlete. He can play ball. If like right now, you think he's sweet,
because his
if you grab him, you'll be like,
his sexuality.
Like, hold on.
His characteristics is not his sexuality.
It's more of like, it was perfect timing though. Because if I would have met his mama 3-4 years ago, it would have been a conflict. Because I wasn't comfortable with
that.
Oh, you know, like, oh shit.
I ain't
feel what I'm saying?
down. Yeah, I feel you.
So, but what when I first met him, it was more like, yeah, we cool though. He cool. I can't judge you. You know what I'm saying? I went here from the get-go. So I don't know what you've been through.
Down.
You feel me? So I can't. So as time went on, like I loved them from the beginning.
Thanks.
Like they've been mine. Like I've been had them since
Beautiful.
even when me and his mama wasn't like on paper together.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, it was perfect time.
I about to want all the gays. It's gonna get very triggering in a few.
Yeah, get ready, y'all.
3-4 years, I'm like,
I ain't putting no this.
but I'm not gonna do this. You know what I'm saying? But the thing I respect about him, I had the conversations because I got a 3-year-old and I got a newborn that's 2 months.
Uh-oh.
And what I respect about him is, you know, you gotta straighten around my boy. You gonna straighten up.
Facts.
Like
You
you
don't
do what you
yeah,
want to do when you
yeah.
leave here. I love you still. I'm your biggest supporter. Like anything
But you
want
just
to
don't want that.
No, and he sees that, like, you don't see none of that flamboyant shit in the house.
Do you think that's fair though to tell somebody to
Come on, Big Sexy, get into it, girl.
stay self?
No.
We can always count on Big Sexy, baby. Big Sexy, get into it, girl.
To appeal? No, let me finish my question. Do you think that it's fair? Why, as LGBTQIA, why do we always have to oppress ourselves for your children and your comfortability? Why is that fair to us? As long as we're not touching your children, molesting your kids, disrespecting them, why do I have to suppress who I am as a person to appease you?
Me personally, I'm speaking for myself. I don't feel like I changed any way of being around my siblings. Like I'm around him. I'm the same around my siblings. Like I don't change anything. I'm naturally myself. I don't feel like I'm changing up for him.
Not changing, but more of it ain't too much flamboyant shit going on.
And I get where you're going.
You could say like I don't flaunt it. I'm not gonna flaunt it in front of my siblings. No, that's not me. But I'm myself. Like I'm not flaunting, walking around like.
I
oh
caught him
yeah,
saying most gay men wouldn't say this to a 3-year-old. But start acting like a little girl.
Yeah.
I need that out of him.
Yeah.
Because I don't. You can't blame me for not want to have.
Trying to raise them.
I'm trying to raise men.
Yeah.
Here we go. Pause that.
Oh my
I'm
God. I need to go to bed. Y'all got me watching this shit.
It's necessary to conversate because people really obviously feel like this. People literally think like this. This is how they see the world. This is how they've been trained to see the world. This is literally how motherfuckers are really operating in the world. But go ahead.
Y'all wow.
Go ahead. Somebody wanted to get in here.
This whole thing of the last part they said, because I'm trying to raise men. So essentially what was so loaded is that you don't view gay men as men on a subconscious level.
But he can play ball though.
but he can play ball and all this other stuff because on a subconscious level, you do not view gay men as men. Of course, if you ask the question directly, going to say, of course you're a man, of course you're this, but your language is very loaded, and a lot of times, even when they speak, there's always a distinction between black men, which is always assumed to be heterosexual and cishet, and gay men, which we assume to be something always other, which is almost in the female category, woman category. But then once we get into the conversation surrounding transgenderism, all of a sudden they want to be clear about that distinction. It's this trying to hold two ideals at once. I have no problem with gay people, but yet you are a detriment to my children. I'm sorry. If someone would have told me that, would have been choking the hell out of the girl. Let me go. That's all I had to say.
I would have got up and left. You wouldn't have been my stepdaddy no more.
And the fact that the stepdaddy didn't even. What scared me was what the stepdaddy said. He felt no error in it. Though, like it came out of his spirit with total ease. He didn't even see how backhanded that is, how oppressive that is, how loaded that attitude and that rule in his home is, and how oppressive and isolating and othering it is to the son that is gay. That he's telling him, hey, because see, and this is how Stockholm syndrome and all that shit develops, because you got the same person who's like, I love you, I fuck with you, I love you, I love you down, I love you down, I love you in and out, I do anything for you. And then there's but I love every other part of you except this part of you, and this part of you disgusts me in such a way that I don't even want your siblings to bear witness to this side of you. And the fact that that men and women, those who occupy this type of thinking, just don't understand how ugly and degrading and humiliating and how foul and unfair and legalistic that is. And to hand that ugliness over to a young person who you're also supposed to be the symbol of love and affirmation for, to hand that type of chaos, because as queer people, this is why most of us was in a state of chaos as youth, because our parents and guardians and the people in our lives, our family members, were fucked up like this, where on one hand they're making this argument that they love you down, while at the same time explicitly oppressing you, like both at the same fucking time. At the same time, talking, speaking, politicking, litigating, mitigating out both sides of their fucking neck. And then wonder why the LGBT community is in a state of chaos. Because you know why? It all goes back to the beginning. The chaos of the community, the fact that queer people struggle in their interpersonal relationships is because they struggle within their interpersonal selves. They struggle within their interpersonal selves because of childhood shit. Because of this type of dynamic socially. You the same people that's paying for you to go to college are the same people that are taking a whip to your back. A Nero intersex, gather Nero by his edges and throw his worthless ass into the abyss. Thank you. Are we going to help him actually mean by? Because we know a lot of these hoes who like to say by, they actually can't find the good and goodbye and find a exit. So intersex, please gather Nero by the nape of his neck and throw his worthless ass into the Mississippi River. Thank you, sister. So this is the type of dichotomy, the type of twilight zone reality that a lot of especially Black queer people live in. And just hearing the stepdad say that, it's like, it made me cringe, and just like I could feel all of the scathing effects and energy coming from that. Like, I love you.
Can I tell you a story?
And you're saying that you got no problem. And this is the thing. People be saying, I don't have no problem, but if you ain't got a problem, you ain't got a problem. There is no but. There is no but. That's almost like saying, I believe women should have rights, but there is no but. You either believe that women should have autonomy and should be able to make their own decisions and should have control over their bodies, whether it's to be a Sukiyana or whether it's to be a Michelle Obama. That's all the choices available to a free woman who is allowed to choose for herself who she is in the world. All this, I love folk, but these people are unfortunately not who they say they are. And the sad part about it is, I know they mean well because they're unconsciously homophobic. They don't see themselves as homophobic. I completely understand that. They don't see themselves as transphobic. I understand that. This is all unconscious and subconscious because heterosexual folk have just had the liberty of not even having to understand the issue. They've had the liberty of living in a society for eons, almost since the beginning, without having to accommodate or have proximity to the community. So this privilege and these blind spots, these profound blind spots in their politics are the result of the privilege of them being considered the normal class and having the right to create the infrastructure of the community and to determine what's normal, what's not, etc. And not being in relationship. Not simply just living amongst queer people, but not actually also being in relationship to queer people. And this is how the ignorance is able to exist in the way that it is and be so natural and fluid in members of the dominant society. But go ahead, Tramel.
So, tell y'all a little story. I'm trying to make it as quick as possible. So, I am of a particular age, and I am maybe 12 years older than my little brother, right? My little brother is my father's son. My mother and my father were never really together. So I said I was raised by my mother. My father lives in California. I've probably seen my little brother beforehand, maybe like once when I was like 12, and I think he was like two or three. And he was a baby, so I really didn't know him or handle him in any sort of type of way. So growing up, I was like maybe 27, and my father called me. Me and him had reconciled. We had this whole falling out about my sexuality and things of that nature. So he said the most nastiest things to me that you could ever say to a gay person, honestly. So we really had a back and forth about it for years, and then we just finally came to a place where we were just like, okay, we're cool ish. But he was never really a part of my physical life. He was more so like over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously my brother lives in California with him. At the time, he was married to my brother's mother, and I think they had gotten a divorce by that time. And my brother had to be, maybe if I was 27, he was probably 16, 17 years old, something like that, maybe. If I was 27, he was closer to that age. So he was like, oh, I want you guys to have a conversation. I want you guys to have, some kind of camaraderie. I want him to get to know you because y'all are brothers and whatever the case may be. I was like, okay, cool. So he was just like, over the phone, obviously. He was just like, yeah, so just so you know, I would want you to not like be so much of an influence on him. I'm like, influence?
Wow.
What do you mean influence? Like, what am I gonna So of course I knew what he meant by that. And I'm just like, what am I going to say to him?
Mm.
That did, of course, rub me the wrong way. Now, me and my brother did talk, and to unfortunately, to the other, I guess what the guy Body by Ted's whatever, my mom had actually been around my brother when he was 13 before I even, talked to him or even spent any time with him as he a person of a forward thinking, because he was only like 2 when I saw him. Well, my mom saw him when he was like 12 or 13. She went out to go visit my grandmother, his grandmother. We have shared the same grandmother, and my mom liked, my grandmother on my father's side. So she went to spend time with him, and she met my little brother, and she was like, "He's just like you." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "He's just like you." I'm like, "Okay." And she's like, "I told your dad that he's just like Tramiel," and he knew what I meant by that. I'm like, "Okay, well, I don't know nothing about that. That has nothing to do with me." Anyway, so some years go by. Well, not years, but it was like maybe a couple of months go by. I'm talking to my brother. We just having a very general conversation about just what he likes and stuff like that. He said he loved Ariana Grande. I'm like, "Oh, okay, whatever." So he was like, "I want to tell you something." I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "I'm gay." I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Don't tell dad." I'm like, "I'm not." So my whole thing is like, sir, you sit up here worried about me being an influence on your child, but your child already gay. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Literally never spent no time with him in any way, shape, form, or capacity. People will find their sexuality when they find it.
Yeah. Exactly.
So all of this is fucking stupid to me. It's very triggering because I've been through these types of situations, and for the simple fact of he's cool with his stepson being gay, but he's not cool with his biological children being gay, which means that, sir, you wouldn't be cool with it if this man was actually your son.
So I have a question
biologically.
So then, can we? So can we even constitute people with these bipolar politics as really being cool? Because I'm more on the radical side where I just feel like either you cool or you not cool. It ain't no middle cool. Like there's no benign homophobia. There's no benign transphobia. Like you either are cool or you not. It's not, oh, I fuck with y'all, but y'all shouldn't adopt kids, but y'all shouldn't be teachers, but y'all shouldn't be feminine around or have any public displays of affection around, but ain't no but. Like either queer people are completely human to you, because these are very dehumanizing politics. And what you have been through, Tramiel, I've been through it as well in my family. I have an older cousin who got married. He had his children, which became my second cousins. And they were teenagers, by the time we really started, like forming a relationship, etc. And I always felt intuitively like, because my cousin and his wife were very protective of their kids. And I always felt like if I wanted to spend personal time with my male and female cousin, that I would not have been able to. So years ago, I finally mustered up the courage to just ask him flat out if him and his wife kept me from having a very personal relationship to my cousins because of my orientation. And he actually was honest enough to say yes. He was honest enough to say yes. That single-handedly contributed to me not being able to be close to my cousins. This is the way that queer people are treated in their families. This is the way queer people are treated in their homes by people who, are stating that they love them deeply and intimately and would do anything for them, and are in fact not. queer people are going through more bullying in their families and in their houses a lot of times than they are even publicly. But the fact that queer people have equally as much of a fight in their families and in their homes as they do outside of their homes, to me, I'm not surprised at the data around self-deletion with LGBT youth. I'm not surprised at the data around lots of LGBT youth struggling with drug addiction and substance abuse, which are all coping mechanisms to deal with the emotional, mental, and spiritual, and a lot of times physical trauma that they are enduring as a result of who they are. And then I think what even drives the development of even further mental illness is when you're living in these spaces amongst your family, amongst your parents, amongst your siblings, where there's supposed to be a sense of safety, and you're being loved and hated at the same time. And then those same non-queer people wonder why queer people then also go on to be in so many dysfunctional type of relationships. Those dysfunctional dynamics started with our dynamics with our families. And then you wonder why domestic violence is so high amongst the lesbian women relationships. You wonder why there's such a relationship epidemic amongst same-gender loving men, not being able to find sound, long-term, healthy relationships. We can find dick and ass around any corner at any given day. Finding meaningful partnership is a struggle because it's all being filtered through this dysfunctionality that started first and foremost in our relationship to the church, our relationship to open society, our relationship to our parents, to our families. We've been in nothing but dysfunctional relationships our whole fucking life. Of people, of the same people saying they love us, also being openly, comfortably, without conviction, abusing us. Acceptance and rejection simultaneously. Love and penalty and shame simultaneously. So then how in the fuck then could you look at the community and then be surprised at what is argued to be, oh, look at all this confusion, look at all this chaos. Yeah, bitch, that chaos didn't happen in a fucking vacuum. I mean, in a vacuum. That chaos didn't happen in a vacuum. That chaos starts with society and society's relationship and treatment of queer people. That continues to be the way that they're treated, which is why it is so nice and refreshing on one end to have such visibility in this society. We still have so much work to do beyond just fucking visibility. Visibility is hardly the remedy in and of itself, but it's a start. Having queer pop stars is a start. Having hetero allies is a start. But we're still struggling, right? Because we're still living in the same system that also doesn't want to fundamentally, intellectually educate the masses about sexuality, which is why there's so much pushback about orientation and gender in the curriculum, in the school books. 452 anti-LGBT legislations were submitted to Congress this year alone. 452 anti-queer legislations presented to Congress. We're hardly living in an inclusive society. Queer people, especially Black queer people, are still fighting for their fucking lives. Spiritually, emotionally, socially, economically, politically. It is fucked up to be Black and LGBT in this system. It is fucked up. It is fucked up. And the fact that a lot of us are even sane to begin with, I have to give a round of applause to all my Black LGBT girls and guys, thems and days, who somehow have lived in a twilight zone their whole lives and still do presently, but have managed to be competent, have managed to be law-abiding citizens, have managed to be loving, supportive, healthy-minded individuals who are contributing to their society by just staying out of trouble at the bare minimum, by just simply staying out of other motherfuckers' way at bare minimum. Because the shit that we have been through, we should be literally in a mental asylum. We actually should not have survived what we've had to endure daily in our lives, privately and publicly. We have lived in the intermediary space of two walls on the left and the right, closing the fuck in. That has been our lived experience of fighting to the left and to the right to not be destroyed. And the fact that we are not the ones committing the mass shootings, the fact that we're not the ones pushing the nuke button, the fact that we are not the ones doing the oppressing, the fact that we're not the ones responsible for Black femicide, the fact that we are not the ones leading the charge on evil, baby, you got to give it the fuck up for Black queer people, baby. You got to give it the fuck up, baby. You got to slap motherfucking respect on Black queer motherfucking people who not only are in the fight for their lives, but have made space to also fight for everybody else's, because we are essential to Black liberation. There's not one grassroots civil rights movement that is without queer people's leadership and community organizing. That is literally fucking history. And that's why they don't want these books before the children. This system refuses to want to have to give queer people their credit for contributing to women's equality movement, to Black civil rights movements, to Black Lives Matter movements. We've always been the fucking community. And why the Black community, in part, still deals with so much demons and resistance from the universe might, in fact, can be argued to be karmic debt for the way that the Black community has ostracized, criminalized, othered, unalived, abused, enslaved, and exploited its queer Black tribe members. That may be a part of the curse upon Black folk, because we became the oppressors to other Black people.
And like that ain't what, like I even watch cartoons before my son watch it. Like, boy, this ain't it. Because the cartoon is loaded right now with a lot of gay shit.
But I think with a lot of Black families, which you have to understand with a lot of Black families, you could do all that sheltering, cartoon watching, revising different things. You have niggas that work out in your gym that are gay. Yeah. You have men that play football that are gay. Yeah. Probably 70% of them. Because a lot of Black men battle with them demons so bad in their spirit.
Oh, Corday, I'm about to send you the link of their link.
They just don't even know about, and that's why they try to suppress us. But that's another conversation for another time. You could do all that revising. You could do all that looking at a cartoon before he watch it. You could do all the opening up the ice cream to make sure it's not a rainbow in there. And at the end of the day, his sexuality is still going to speak for itself. Not necessarily saying your side, because I'm not just speaking on your side. I'm saying in general, his sexuality is still going to speak for what it wants to speak for.
Watch this though. Watch this though. Me and you talked about this in the gym the other day. Why are 2 gay feminine men are allowed to adopt a 2-year-old boy? 9 times out of 10, what is he gonna do?
Wow, he said why? Why are they allowed? Oh God! Wow, Jesus Christ, my God!
Jesus.
That's not true because that is an ignorance.
Okay, one second.
My son.
But you know what? I'm glad that they're having this conversation because I mean, this is how people really. This is the shit that's inside of people. This is really what's inside of people, and not talking about it doesn't allow us to challenge, critique, and to speak clarity to this ignorant shit.
My son has my ways already because he's around me. Like he's like, I'm not no baby. I'm a big boy. He has that around me. But if you got 3, like just think about it. Flamboyant. I'm talking about all the way there. Whatever you be doing when you do your walk. That 3-year-old. That 3-year-old gonna catch that.
Got it. Impressionable. And that's one thing I think you don't understand.
They just going.
You tell your perspective. You can't tell me what I understand because I get it.
Because for you to argue it, I feel like it's something you don't understand.
Well, it's a lot of things that you don't understand. You still argue
well,
with.
kid, I'm gonna explain it, and you try to explain me your understanding, so I can understand you. It's all we on the same page. What I'm trying to tell you is, I have kids. You don't have kids. Kids are very impressionable. If I walked around twerking my ass every day and switching, my son gonna do that because he wants to be me.
Yeah, got it.
A men's community are the same community where women have to chase them down just to contribute to child support for children they don't even want to be involved with. With children they intentionally laid down to co-create, who they have no conviction about abandoning, and yet men's community have all this regulation in place about how a queer couple who want children prepared to give those children all the love they didn't receive in life are financially prepared to take care of, because let's also make it clear that queer men are outperforming their cis male hetero counterparts in every area of life. Education, 2 times more. Financially, 2 times more wealthy. They managers, they're supervisors. They're wearing our fashions, our Dolce and Gabbanas, our Versace's. The same way that Black women are outperforming Black men, Black queer men are outperforming Black cis hetero men. You don't hear about us having to be put on child support. You don't hear about grandma having to raise our children. You don't hear about auntie having to raise our children as mommy. So I just find it interesting that in the Black hetero male space, where there's enough room and opportunity, girl, for them to get into all the things that need to be talked about the way that heterosexual men engage sexuality and sometimes the consequences thereof, aka the birth of children. I don't think that Black hetero men have any room to sweep in front of the door of Black queer people who are not historically doing their children the way that straight men historically have done their children.
Still not his sexuality.
But you gotta understand that, yes. But then that turns into them understanding themselves after they go to school and see they ain't like every normal little boy that don't do the flamboyant things they do. They gon' in their mind understand, oh, I might be a little salty. I might be have a little sugar in my tank.
That's not true. I'll say this.
No, so watch this.
Okay.
I'm finna tell. I'm real experienced with this shit. Like my
Real experience with what?
Please call him out.
Gays being around my kids. I'm telling you, so
Okay.
I have to make adjustments. His cousin, which is was it nephew? It would be nephew.
Yeah, nephew.
Does everybody hair?
Mhm.
I support him. I love him too. I put him on and everything on top of shit. He does. He was coming to the house to do my wife and my daughter hair.
Welcome to the platform, Code Tastemaker.
Hi, what's up?
What is this avatar?
What you mean? My picture?
What is this red shit in front of your face? I can't really see. Is this a bubble gum you're blowing?
No, it's a flower. You don't like flowers?
I can't see it. Oh, nice flowers. Are you showing your feminine, sensitive side?
Get out. You play too much. What's up?
We're here reviewing Von Ray's 28th episode of his podcast with this father who's on the left, who is By Ted, and his stepson, who is Tae Morgan, who is an openly gay man. And this conversation around the dynamics of their relationship and everything is very fascinating. By Ted just went into a conversation around, first and foremost, how he don't believe basically that gay men should even be adopting young males because I guess in his mind they're going to turn out gay. And he also doesn't allow his stepson, Tae Morgan, to be openly gay or flamboyant around his other siblings, which Von Ray's co-host, Big Sexy, who's an openly gay man, pushed back against and criticized for being oppressive in nature. So before we go any further, do you have any thoughts about that?
I mean, that's the unfortunately, that's the current state of the black household still. I mean, that's been going on for years. That's been going on for a very, very long time. And it's so crazy because every time I get onto one of your panels, I find myself having a conversation about how social media has.
You might have to turn down the music in the background.
That's inside my house, my no.
Shy, he got the Sade playing. Shy, he really
No,
y'all.
That's Naya. Los Feliz is a great song. But yeah, so social media, basically the way that social media is in reality stars, and just that's the way to make money, that's the way to be famous, that's the top of the top. So people are more expressive out loud with how they, run their families and the things that they do. Back, in the 90s, people weren't, in the 80s and the 90s, people were not expressive about what happens in the household. So
do you feel like it's right for a parent to tell a gay child to oppress certain parts of themselves for the comfortability of everybody else in the house?
So definitely not right for it. And it's excuse my language, but it's a bitch move. You raising a man in your place in the household isn't strong enough or influential enough to be the spar between you and all of your children as individuals. It's not strong enough to influence. Yeah, my there's not another child that should be able to influence my son or my other kids to a level of that they're gonna change who they are. No. But that also I mean, I don't know. I came up different. My mom, I never came out. I didn't have to do all of that. Like, we never had that conversation ever. But everybody in my family knows, you know, what my sexual preference is, or my, like, who I date. But I've always went by, like, if I don't have to come out to my, if my straight brothers and sisters don't have to come out as being straight, I'm not coming out as being gay, because there's no difference for me. So with that said, I came up a little differently. And it was a general statement. It was known as a general statement as don't do this. That's like a girl. Don't do this. That's like a girl. Like you grow up hearing it so much that this is no different. This is no different. It's no different. This has been forever, in other words. So it's not right, but it's that's just where did these people live?
I don't know where a By Tay of them live. I know Vaughn and Big Sexy are in Atlanta, but I don't know like where the guests are from.
Okay, yeah. It's probably a southern situation.
But I was speaking earlier about how damaging it is to be the gay person in this situation, to have the same people that's supposed to love you and affirm you, and also supposed to be responsible for educating you properly on these matters, at the same time are whipping you and giving you lashings against your back for no other reason than how you identify. Not that what you're even out here doing is actually evil or bad or harming anyone. And I was making a point that this is why I believe there's a lot of chaos in especially Black LGBT community in terms of our interpersonal relationships with other gay men, our relationship to ourselves, this relationship epidemic that is very apparent in the Black LGBT space. It's easier to find dick and ass on every block, but actually finding successful long-term partnership and relationship and all of those things have always been a sore spot and a weak spot for Black queer people. And I'm not surprised that we have problems in these areas, because our interpersonal relationships from the start were fucked up and dysfunctional.
Well,
Our
see,
relationship
even
to the church, our relationship to our peers, to outward society, our relationship to our families, etc., where you constantly have to rendezvous with people who say they love you on one end, but also demonstrate hate and oppressive behavior towards you on the other end simultaneously. So if there are lots of trans women who are attracted to so-called toxic niggas, that's to be expected then. If there's lots of same-gender loving men who are attracted to toxic as dynamics and relationships or trade or whatever it is, that's to be expected. If there are high domestic violence in lesbian relationships, that's to be expected. Our shit from the jump was fucked up. The way people loved us and the way we experienced that love and the way we perceived that was always being loved on one hand and then backhanded on the other. This completely
But here's the biggest factor in all of those things that you name, and you're exactly right. But there's an even bigger factor, trust. Like, we're supposed to trust these people. Like, they're supposed to be our backbones, and these are people we're supposed to be able to go to. So now as we've gotten older, we haven't seen the concept of a guy and guy relationship, most of us, in a nurturing, fashion. So we're experiencing it from the first time, most of us, as we're going through it, as we're doing it. And
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Question. What's your Corday? Is it Corday?
Yeah, what's up?
Who the hell Corday is, Reckless?
Okay. Were you I want to make sure you're clear. Were you the last person that panel we did with Neo X?
Yes, this is that Corday.
So
Here we go.
My question to you is this: out of all you said, why are you taking this type of stance now, but yet you was completely on the flip side in terms of transgender people?
So that was a conversation for another day. I'm not addressing that again. I was very clear in that conversation. So I'm really not addressing that again. I'm not doing that again. I'm
Well,
here to chill. I'm here to chill. I'm not doing that again. I'm not coming for a debate. I'm not doing all of that. That
well,
was that was a long time ago.
Well, the thing about is no, it doesn't have to be a debate. I just want to see your politics because it's flip sided. It's like in terms of homosexuality, you're on this end of the spectrum of acceptance, quote unquote, the backhanded compliments. But then yet when we got on the conversation surrounding transgenderism and how it may show up in people who may be younger, you were saying honestly, you were saying the exact same things that the father was saying.
I don't know what the father said to agree or disagree with that.
We could proceed.
I didn't see this footage. I was just asked to come, and I'm responding directly to what Conscious was speaking about. So I don't know what the father said to agree or disagree with that. But from what the questions that I was asked, those were my answers, and they don't change because of a conversation I had a month or so ago.
Perfectly understood. Conscious, you can continue.
It's like, okay, now my son catches shit. You gotta understand what position that puts me in. My son need to see 99% of men who do hair are gay. Or bi, however you want to say it. I don't need my son to see, like, I don't want you braiding no hair, my nigga. I don't want you.
But no, that's not true. That's not true.
Listen,
no. What I'm trying to say, no.
Well, if that's the case, then a lot of these niggas need to marry their child mama. That's number one. But go ahead. Because they always want to give lessons on what's impressionable and what leads to a child's mind, but then got 7 baby mamas and not one got a ring. But go ahead.
No, I totally disagree with that because I don't think all gay men that do hair are gay. It's some
you said all, 98, 99% of them.
No, I know straight male hairstylists that it's not gay at all.
Cool. Line up 100 of them. It's only gonna be 1 or 2 that's not gay.
That I would have to. No. If I wouldn't say 99, I would definitely 95. Say about 95. But not all are gay.
But they don't understand the boundary. I think that's what y'all.
Like, look at how many Asian straight men are nail techs. Straight. Like, most of the men who do our feet and nails in those shops are straight. Their wives own the shop. Like, it's family practice and business. And they're doing acrylics, whole nine, honey.
Yeah, and that's a
culture together.
You know they only talking about black people, though.
That's definitely a cultural thing because when I went to San Juan and you go to smaller, little countries and whatever like that, a lot of the hospitality people are men, whereas in the States, a lot of the hospitality people are women. You rarely see men like cleaning the rooms, like they're used. That's why we're used to the word maid here. You rarely see men like doing it. Not saying that there's not male maids. I don't even know what the proper terms for it is. It doesn't matter. Point is, yeah, it depends on the culture. It depends on where you at.
And I made that point to say that black people need to get over it because they're literally taking things that don't have nothing to do with sexuality and making them about sexuality. And it can even be argued to the dad's point. The reason why there may not be as many straight men in these creative, aesthetic careers is because of the shame and stigma around being a fashion designer or being a hairdresser or being a nail tech or being a wardrobe stylist, because y'all wouldn't even let niggas like even get their life without it coming into question if they like dick or if they like pussy. which will keep straight men out of these spaces because they want to avoid the shame and the judgment and the stigma. Not because they're not interested in these areas, not because they are not creative in these ways, but because they don't want to deal with the fuck shit.
Hey, if my son, my dad died when I was 4, so my mama was on. Yeah, we old school. It was a little different. I put that damn doll down, nigga. What you got that doll in your hand for? That's the same as doing the hell. But I think a lot of things, especially when it comes to the Black community, are indoctrinated in us. A lot of things we don't understand is taught to us, and we don't even really get it ourselves. Again, I think that I have to keep saying that because it all goes back to what I'm telling you. Even if your son was doing hair, that still does not speak for his sexuality. I'm not saying that. At the end of the day, I'm cutting that off. You are saying that, Teddy. That's what you just... No, listen to me. Listen to me. Men, I'm a motherfucking man. I don't give a damn what nobody else, what they else got going on. How I want to raise my son is how I'm gonna raise my son. That is respect. If I don't want him to see a man doing his mom, like you're gonna have that in your head now. Like, damn, my mama always getting.
Now remember, they just criticized Drake for undoing the cornrows in his son's hair, and they were gagging Drake down because he was undoing the plaits. This is why Black men can't be great. Because Black men participate in oppressing other Black men. The Black community participates in oppressing Black men. But then at the same time, everybody can see that Black men trying to uphold these toxic standards of masculinity is also what's leading them to unalive themselves, unalive women, and be a complete tyrant and an emotional and mental mess within themselves.
I was raised in a beauty supply. I'm not a beauty supply, in a salon. Every Thursday, I'm in there 3-4 hours with my mama for the first 15, 14, 12 years of my life. Every Thursday, I'm in there with her. But the world is not the same no more. Okay.
Oh, but see how he moving the goalposts? What the world got to do with it? He just made an entire occupation about an orientation, and he's under the belief that queerness is contagious. That, oh my God, a gay man having proximity to his younger siblings can make them gay. Oh my God, a boy being raised by his mother and his aunties and sisters can make him gay. He's completely of this ideology, but yet he himself just testified to the fact that the first 14, 15 years of his life he spent in a beauty salon adjacent to his mother. But he's a whole heterosexual man. This is what I mean by these niggas be talking out of both sides of their fucking neck. Like they literally be talking to the east to the west.
Conscious, or is he a heterosexual man?
I'm just gonna. I go off of what these niggas say.
I'm just joking.
Because I mean, it could be argued, but we ain't even gotta go there. Just simply the argument is contradictory. It's my whole point. The whole point, like these niggas be talking, don't realizing that they just said one thing, but the very next thing they say just undid the shit they just said entirely. It just like pulled the seams, put the threads out. The whole curtain came down now.
Well, see, a lot of people do that quite naturally when they're trying to not just deflect, but like he's trying to. These are experiences that he's had before, and he's had some type of trauma, and he's now like putting it out there. Like you said, he's testifying to it. He's not telling the full story. He has some type of trauma that has him this deep that he can't get out.
These niggas just be intellectually stupid, Accorday. Like men just do not think about the way they see the world. They just say anything out their fucking mouth and it makes sense to them, even though it doesn't make sense at all. Like it just be intellectually challenged is what a lot of straight men are. They are so used to existing on the surface and existing on the surface of thought, and they have these weak frameworks about how shit works, which is why it can never work in every direction. It can only work in this isolated way, and it barely even works in this fucking way. And it's really just because they don't actually apply any critical thinking. They don't actually like educate themselves, in fact, on anything. They just speak emotionally and speak super anecdotally, and it just comes out the way that it comes out. And all these raggedy, like what the fuck? Like, did you just hear yourself, sir? Did you just hear yourself? You just spent the last 30 minutes arguing that all these things, in fact, make a motherfucker gay. But yet, they didn't make you gay to the point Big Sexy is making. That these things in and of themselves don't have shit to do with orientations. No matter how much we keep telling ourselves they do, doesn't make it so.
I have a question. What role do you think that the mother plays in this? Not just the kid's mom.
Von
but
Ray and
the
Body
mom
by Ted would say
Steady.
they play a major role because they believe that a boy being raised by his mom can also be a contributor to him growing up gay or being gay or identifying as gay. And they discussed that earlier in the podcast.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
They deep in it now. They're like I said, they're not getting out of that hole. That is embedded in who they are. It's in their DNA. This is things that I, as a human being, child, have experienced when I was younger. So I am, while I am not surprised, it's really ridiculous that, you know.
This is fucking crazy that this man literally just said that basically you cannot be a hairdresser without being gay.
Not just that, you can't be around.
But you can live in a salon without being gay though.
No, that's just only him. Because before he said that he didn't want to his kids, his gay child or his feminine child, his ways to rub off on the kids. So he's literally saying that he was all of a sudden, you know, he's I don't know the word I'm looking for, but he can't be gay. He can't be gay. He can be in the salon every day, every Thursday for however many hours, and it does not affect him, but it would affect his kids for him to be around his other gay child or his feminine child, whatever the case is. I don't know the full story.
He's talking out of both sides of his fucking neck, and the argument makes no fucking sense at all.
Yeah. Said you was in the salon with your mom and you turned out to be 10.
But a man wasn't doing no hair.
Okay, that's so but guess what? Y'all are contradicting yourselves.
A man don't have to be involved by y'all's math. Y'all literally said the absence of a man can contribute to a boy being gay. So now don't try to act like, oh no, now a man has to be included. Now no, he didn't turn out to be gay because it was women doing the work. Well, guess what? To that same logic, that means that a boy can be raised in a completely woman space without being gay. Since this man himself was raised in a salon where there was all women at that time in history, mostly in salons doing the hair, and he didn't turn out gay. This what I mean by the literal contra fucking dishes are almost make me pull my hair out. Like it's but like every 3 seconds, something wild is said, something contradictory is said. Every 6 seconds, we can't even get down the road entirely because there's a gas break. I almost cringe, honestly, when I have to listen to straight people talk about sexuality. Like it honestly, it's so cringy. It's so like, oh my God, like this shit is crazy. It makes me feel so sorry for the dominant society, because I'm just like, I don't want to see the dominant society as dumb. But God, when this open up their mouth, especially on the issue of gender, sexuality, and sex, my brain spins the block.
Let me finish. That is still a contradiction, because what you said, if we go back to begin the conversation, was he was what? Butting into women's business. He just said what? that he was sitting in the salon with women, and guess what?
Period.
But let me finish.
Period. Get into it, Big Sexy. Get it up. Get on them niggas' neck, Big Sexy.
Guess what? But guess what, Teddy? But guess what, Teddy? And guess what? They was telling him to do the same thing, and he still turned out to be who he is.
I'm gonna tell you what.
And you still turned out to be who you are. Listen, because your sexuality doesn't speak for your characteristics.
Listen, I'm telling you something. I knew.
That's two different things.
My mama had younger friends when I was growing up. So when I'm 5, 6, 7, 8, and I knew that I want a woman in her. Because if I'm in the bed when I'm trying to put my dick on their boot, and I'm 7. I knew what I wanted. You feel me?
So why I can't know what I want?
Exactly.
I didn't say you can't do. You can do what you want to do.
But when he said that, you agree.
No, this conversation started because he said he was born gay, and I don't believe that.
So when I say, okay, let me revise that. When I say I was born gay, meaning you know,
stand on it. You was born gay.
I know I was born gay, but I'm saying you know as you get older, like it's in you, it's deeper in you.
We can
Just
agree
like
on
you
that.
knew when you was touching women at a young age, you
As you
knew
get
you
older.
once wanted women.
As you get older, but you're not born gay.
And so what you have to understand too is I want
You're
people to
born
understand
gay.
when you have black and white, you have everything in between. In the words of Funky Dineva, when you have different things, you have everything in between. So you have to know, living on this earth with two different things. You have a man, you have a woman, you have everything in between. You have poor, you have rich, you have middle class. That's in between. So you have to understand, as human beings, we wasn't just made in one way. We was made in different shapes and sizes and forms and colors and nationalities.
We was
and
made to reproduce.
No,
buddy.
we was made in sexualities.
We was
So
made-
at the end of the
that
day,
shit
what
ain't
you have to
reproducing.
understand with that, Teddy, because I love how y'all always like to bring up the reproducing. So if we go down the list, 1, there are gay people out there who reproduce. Number 2, you have heterosexual people out there who cannot reproduce. So did God have some type of feelings towards them?
Yeah,
or was
he did.
that just the way that
You
the world
just
was
wasn't
made?
the one.
No, you have a lot of women who can't reproduce children. You have men
Yeah,
who, no,
yeah,
so
that's
Teddy,
cool.
I'm saying this to say that does not fit for what you're saying, because everything is different. You have women who can't reproduce.
Y'all
That-
ways won't work at all. Hers is just by chance, but by fault. She can't.
And in the
Girl,
Bible,
I feel so sorry for straight folks.
I know. Wait, hold on. I know Von Ron Ray not about to say anything about the motherfucking Bible. I just Von Ray. I legit because I could have sworn. Don't get me wrong. I was over here heating up my food and I came back, but it's loud enough for me to hear. Go back 5 seconds. Go back 5 seconds and then press play. I want to hear that shit clearly.
To say that does not fit for what you're saying, because everything is different. You have women who can't reproduce.
Y'all ways won't work at all. Hers is just by chance, but by fault. She can't reproduce.
and in the Bible,
You
it
can
says
do
a
with this
woman that
nigga
can't
all
have
you
kids
want
is a cursed woman.
to. It ain't nothing.
So he said that in the Bible it says that a woman who can't have children is a cursed woman. Wow. It's all the shame that's going on.
Now,
These
Von
people are
Ray.
dumb.
Now, Von Ray. Now, dear Von Ray, this is the reason why you can't say anything about the Bible, sir. You were in the federal penitentiary for only God knows what. Now, I'm not judging you for that, but however, the same standard you want to judge other people with, aka by using the Bible, it can be used against you. Like that, and also because I have watched his podcast, he's also the same person that tell women not to be worried about a man's money. But in the Bible, you're supposed to provide. And so those are the characteristics and the traits that women in the Bible, by the Bible standard, they're supposed to look after. So your money is going to be a transactional thing. Your money is going to be a factor. So how can you literally talk about the Bible, but yet because I say this all the time, if the car can go forward, it can go backwards. So if you can use the Bible to justify and say that women who can't have children are cursed, etc., then if that's the case, if you want to use the Bible as a way to support why, to explain support why women who don't have children and then people should be able to use the Bible to justify that what a man should do. And also, with that being said, you need to shut the fuck up and just listen to it. Because God said this. If you let other people tell it, God said that. But you can continue.
Well, let's go here though, because they sit up here talking about some having babies and stuff. I promise you on God, Not every heterosexual person on this planet is having sex to have babies on a regular basis. I'm sorry. Some people just doing it for fun. Some people are doing it for money. Some people, they not doing it just to reproduce. So let's not even try to throw that around like y'all fucking just to have some goddamn babies.
Because Tremel, in this conversation, right, they don't even push back against the existence of contraceptives.
Yeah,
There's
y'all motherfuckers use
literally
a
a
condom
whole
sometimes.
market produced to help people to help heterosexuals prevent pregnancy, really, okay? Because contraceptives were a thing before queer rights were a thing.
Right.
Okay, so
well,
like,
that's why I typed in the chat. I said he hit 2 talking points. I'm like, well, 3. There's a slur of men who do reproduce that sound a lot like you, my friend, and abandon their kids or neglect or just simply don't want to take care of them.
And to Big Sexy's point, like, and see, this is, there needs to be a formal scene. At first, you know, I haven't even begun to deal with the whole educational system. And
is that your friend?
That's
your friend, right?
At this point, this country needs mandated curriculum on sexuality, gender, because clearly this country is dumb as fucking hell on the issue. The fact that we're still at the premise as a society of actually like thinking it's a myth that queer people don't produce. Girl, trans men carry babies. They carry their children. Gay men utilize surrogacies. Lesbians utilize sperm banks. Queer people utilize their own reproductive systems and bring forth their own children. The fact that that's like still something that has to be said at this point is wild. The fact that there are people walking around thinking that just being gay all of a sudden means you don't utilize your reproductive functionality is fucking crazy. Trans men use their wombs. Pre-op trans women use their dicks. Transgender loving men use their sperm. Lesbians utilize their wombs. Like, what are we talking about here? This is not the fact that this almost seems like rocket science to the American people is nuts. This just goes to show you how deeply uneducated and how much we as a people and this government has just failed the American people on the subject. I'm now team educate these motherfucking niggas. I want this shit in the school books. I want this shit in the biology books. I want this shit in the history books. Because it's offensive. This level of, and not Von Ray and them, but Von Ray and By Ted, they represent the majority. They represent the little boosies. They represent like the majority. It's offensive that we are this uneducated and still hold these asinine belief systems and assumptions about something that you can't even make the assumptions if you're actually living in the world. And you know that queer people have families, spouses, husbands, wives, families, children. Look at the brat and her wife. Is the brat not pregnant as a whole lesbian?
She was.
I mean,
they not supposed to though.
What? I'm floored.
They're not supposed to have children. They're not supposed to have none of that.
But yet, the By Teds, these are the people who are the loudest in the room. These are the people that occupy the microphone the most. It's the people who know the fucking least. They haven't even had the like gay one-on-one education and curriculum yet.
out of that. But what if I already reproduced?
But at the end of the day,
Yeah, that's what you did
it's
with
a
the woman.
reason.
But
So,
still, I reproduced, and now I'm living in my
hear me
truth.
out. It's a reason behind some women can't have children. In the Bible, it says a woman that can't bear children is a woman, she's cursed. Whatever decision she made in her life, God put something on
That's
her.
not always true. And
It's in the fucking
That's wild.
Now we're using the Bible to talk about what the Bible says
That
about
man is
who
wild
are
as
infertile.
He is wild. He said she did something and she got cursed because she must have did something in her life. Some women are born unable to have children.
And what he's saying is that they should be ashamed, that they should know that they can't because they're cursed.
Wow.
That is so insensitive.
Yikes.
And my
this your friend? Is that your friend? That's your friend?
Don't ask me no questions.
Is that your friend?
I plead the fifth.
But
I would too. Don't
girl.
Listen. You have to have a conversation with him and tell him that is not correct. None of that is.
Von Ray has invited me to the podcast, so when I get to Atlanta,
just sit there and you first thing you need to say is like,
Von Ray, no, I'm in the city, baby. Pull, open the door, honey.
The first thing you need to come out your mouth is you need to tell your friend you do not like women, sir. You cannot stand them. You might be attracted to them sexually, but you do not like women.
Well, the thing about Big Sexy has also told them that it just went over their heads. He told them that.
Are we really using the Bible, like the Bible, as a justification? But see, this is how deaf-tone a lot of people are. Von don't even understand the broad stroke he just did and how, to your point, Reckless, how insensitive and degrading it is. Like, you are literally, so you're saying that women who have infertility issues or have fertility issues are cursed, and they should think of themselves as being cursed. Now, I want to know from Von Ray's perspective, what's the redeeming quality in a woman walking around who can't produce her own biological children, being under the belief that she is cursed? I want to know what's the redeeming quality in that. And I find it interesting that you've yet to say what it says about a man, if anything, who also can't reproduce, who are sterile. Because men also have reproductive issues as well. But of course, a book authored by men probably has nothing to say about men who have fertility issues as well. Just like
they don't exist.
Just like the Bible had nothing to say about the Leviticus law that was supposed to penalize both the married man and the side piece that he was engaging in sex activities with. But the woman was the only person brought to the execution table. And the man who she committed that sin with was nowhere to be found. Let's not even begin to talk about the bias, the gender bias, literally littered throughout the Bible. All of a sudden now, we want to talk about the Bible, but we're not using the Bible to talk about, right, how probably everybody on that couch done had unprotected sex. I mean, done had non-marital sex. Probably don't even attend church. Hell, By Ted said earlier, he don't even read the damn book at all. So what is the point of using the Bible in a space about a subject where not everybody is even a damn Christian? So the Bible is not even a valid reference because not everybody is Christian. Not everybody believes in the Bible. Not everybody believes everything in the Bible. And I don't think the Bible really has any place when it comes to talking about subjects that exist independent of whatever the perception of men are of these things in the Bible. I don't think it's productive.
Okay, let me ask you something. You can bring up, hold up, real quick, friend. You can't bring up the Bible.
Oh my
God. Take that
Yes,
Bible.
gather him. Gather him.
But what I'm telling you is, you
What's
can't
y'all
bring up.
reason why y'all can't
No,
build
hold on, let me finish.
y'all gonna snatch
I'm
your
gonna
wig
talk.
on and you
No.
All the
And
shots,
that is
and
where
you
I
still
have.
can't push a baby out and have a kid.
Got it. And so that is where the
I gave you the reason why women can't have kids.
Got it.
What is y'all reason when you put the wig on, get the tease, go get your ass done, and still can't push out a baby?
So now he's talking about transgender people.
Talking about trans women who can still utilize their
reproductive
genitals
organs
and use their reproductive.
And that lets you know I have no issue, but when its time comes, you start bringing up unrelated situations and people. We're talking about gay people. We're not talking about transgender people. We're talking about gay people, specifically gay men. But you bring up trans women being trans women. Gender and sexual orientation are two different things. Love you down, Vaughn, but dude, Lord have mercy.
Y'all love this man. This your man?
Yeah, I love Vaughn the same way that I love every other uninformed person in my family. Every uninformed I like gay people have lived in a world where we've been in a relationship.
You love your traumatizers.
No, I'm not traumatized, and nobody can traumatize my grown ass. I'm clear and resolved. I self-actualize. So there isn't even a trauma that exists for anybody to be able to traumatize me for. I'm grown and clear.
Well, he's traumatizing somebody. I'm not even gonna hold. He's traumatizing somebody. I'm not saying he's a bad person. Definitely,
which is why it's necessary for us
he
to
just
have
seems uninformed. But you got to be very careful about when you say certain things. It's very traumatizing to someone.
This conversation in order to critique and clap back and speak to, because this is literally the shit that people are walking around with. This is the shit that people flippantly say out of their mouth with total relaxation. This is exactly why me and Reckless wanted to do a review.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I understand the purpose, but still, we have to call it what it is. It is. He's a traumatizer.
And we have been. I think that we all
literally is a traumatizer, and
ain't nobody here agree with Von Ray yet. Nobody.
But yeah, I think he just needs a little bit of education. He just needs to. I feel like it's there. I feel like he just needs to open up his mind a little bit, a lot. Because it's very close. He seems like a very I'll say whatever I have to say to just win the argument versus actually thinking about what I'm saying and how it's affecting people and how people will view him literally, because he sounds like a Bible thumping weirdo.
It goes back to what I said earlier. I will reiterate it. This happens all the time when it comes to the dominant society. They actually dominate the dialogue rather than realizing these are opportunities to sit and listen to people who are actually gay, people who are actually trans, people who are actually intersex, people who are actually non-binary. But because the dominant society has had the privilege of always owning the conversation over everybody and deciding what the rules of engagement are for everybody, that privilege leads them to doing more yabba dabba doing when they should be quietly and intentionally, critically listening for information and data about an experience and a reality that's not theirs. That goes back to everything I said earlier in the conversation. This always happen where you have straight people jump up in the face of queer people telling them what the hell is going on and what the hell ain't going on in the world. What the hell is going on and ain't going on with homosexuality, with transgenderism, etc. And that's that privilege, completely manifested and aggressive and domineering in the room.
Wait, let me finish.
Matter of fact, the straight folk in this podcast have spoken more than the gay men. Shit. Big Sexy has had to bulldoze his way through the conversation, and Tay has been rather quiet and docile when they should be the ones who are speaking the most. The straight men should be asking questions rather than making rebuttals. They should be seeking answers rather than asserting their unresearched, poorly thought out feelings and opinions on the matter. This was a learning opportunity.
Let me say what I have to say.
Don't answer my question.
Going back to the Bible situation, what gets me with people is when it comes down to sexuality and somebody feeling how they feel in the inside, it's always convenient for people that are heterosexual to bring up the Bible when a lot of you motherfuckers don't operate in the Bible. You don't operate in love. You don't operate in kindness. You don't like your mama. You don't make sure your family is good. So a lot of times when bringing up the Bible, it fits your narrative of what's going on at that moment, but it still doesn't apply to your life. It's so many niggas out there who judge me on my lifestyle and their kids don't eat. It's a lot of niggas that judge me on my lifestyle and their mama roof is falling in. You can't bring up no Bible when it comes down to how I feel as a human being and my sexuality. I know you may be an innocuous, so you mean no harm by it because that's what's taught to you, but a lot of niggas have no right using no Bible because you don't apply by the Bible, you don't worship the Bible.
Baby, Big Sexy is preaching the house into the ground. Shout out to Big Sexy, baby. Big Sexy, they can be proud. I'm proud, Big Sexy.
Bible that y'all bring up, you don't read it, you don't know scriptures, you don't know how it operates.
That old dance commercial, child. Wow.
So the Bible is convenient to fit your narrative.
Why some women can't have kids.
No, but I'm saying that to say, don't bring up the Bible because you can't call a woman who
said I gave you the answer.
But you can't call a woman who can't produce children a cursed woman. How about she was just born and genetically something is wrong? How about she was just born and genetically she can't have a baby?
That may be right,
but
that may be right. But at the end of the day, y'all can't bear children.
Yeah.
He's literally saying that. And it's not true. Queer people bear children. What is he talking about? He literally just lived in a society and saw DeBrat carry her child full term. What is he talking about? He is so, and this is what I mean about just how neutralized and how like members of the dominant society they be so arrogantly assertive and they literally and they be for real. Like Von Ray is literally. Let me just show you what Von Ray looks like. Let me show you what he looks like in this moment. Girl, he is so clear that he is talking fact. Look at him. Von is talking pure fact, girl. He think he just spat out a fact, baby. He just know what he said is scientifically accurate. He just knows what he said is completely logical. It is inarguable, girl. It is he just knew that. Completely snatching the fact away that lesbians get pregnant, baby. Gay men use their sperm, baby. Trans women and trans men use their genitals, baby. It still works regardless of orientation. We still use it regardless of gender identity and orientation. These things are not one and the same. And you see how they smash it all in. Like it just becomes one mush. They smash it all in together. But this is the same country that don't want to be educated formally on these issues. Keep it out of the books. Keep it out of the library. Keep it out of my children's homework. Okay.
But that's a lie because I could pull out something and put in my hand just like you. It may not be the same.
So you telling me it's a man out here that transitioned and have kids?
But what I'm telling you is I'm answering to what you said. I could reproduce. I just choose not to.
Facts.
Okay? I can reproduce. He can reproduce. If we had a contest and everybody said,
two men can't reproduce.
No, okay, that's convenient. But what I'm telling him is
two men don't need to reproduce in order to have children of their own. They have reproductive parts that allow them to reproduce, to produce children, not amongst each other, obviously, but that's the moot point. And it doesn't negate the fact that those two men can still bring children of their own into the world. Matter of fact, the technology is so insane now that actually partners of the same sex can actually go in because of technology and gene splicing, etc., and actually have their sperm become one so that the child can actually have DNA and can have attributes of both partners. That's how far we've come in technology. But even without that technology, it doesn't negate the fact that gay men can go and use a surrogate, have the child of the partner who chooses to use their sperm, and raise that child together. And that's still just as much of a valid family structure, just as it is for all step parents. Hell, here it is. By Ted is a stepdad. Tay is not his biological child. That doesn't make him any less of a father to Tay, because he did not use his reproductive capabilities to produce Tay. They don't even understand how they're literally contradicting the shit. Like, everything that they say falls apart. It falls apart over and over. Like, it collapses in over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But you was about to say something, Reckless.
Never mind.
That part.
It's just, for me, it's like to them, I feel like, well, I don't say I feel, but it's kind of like a fact because they're showing it, they're demonstrating it. It's like they believe that they're telling us something that we're not aware of. And it's like, no, you're not getting it. Two men coming together to have sex is not going to reproduce and create a baby or infant. But they still have the organs available to be able to do so. There is a capability, and they have the ability to have children. And which is crazy is because they use that point to say that the two people are not going to be together. But the thing that's crazy to me is that we also know that, especially within heterosexual, between heterosexual men and women, that people hook up all the time, don't stay together, but yet they still have children. AKA, you done went off with your side piece, done fucked around and got her pregnant, but yet that still does not mean that still does not mean she's not gonna have that baby. That's the reason why they keep bringing that point up, is because when a man and a woman have to have a baby together, they're either gonna have sex, they're probably gonna work it out, stick together. They really be telling shit like as if we're not aware of certain things. And it's like, you really, I guess for you think you're sounding smart, but you're really making an ass of yourself. No shade. That's it.
I can still reproduce. That's what I'm telling you. I am just choosing to go with my heart as to what I feel in my soul is right for me. I'm not going by the motherfucking Bible. I'm not going by what you're telling me. I'm going by how I feel in my soul. You don't think I have a right to wake up and say, I feel like this is what I want?
No, for sure.
So what we talking about?
But
You don't let him feel that way either.
But no, what we
about
talking about,
his opinion, anything he has.
Is that I'm saying you're not born gay. Your experiences let you know as you got older, as you said, as you got older, you felt it. And that's cool, but this boring gay shit is some bullshit.
So that's not bullshit. Let's break this question up. So Teddy, was you born bisexual? No. Did you feel any bisexuality when you was born? Okay, so what about you, Vaughn?
No.
All right, then so what we talk about?
I love
So you was born straight with no bisexuality, but I wasn't born gay?
What I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, make it make sense.
Checkmate, bitch.
I'm telling you.
Can you listen?
Tell me. Because y'all, these niggas don't be making no sense. And it take a gay man to get in there and knows what he talk about to let nobody play.
Storm, Avon has invited me to be on his podcast. I just have to get my ass in Atlanta, which I'll be actually in Atlanta in a few days. So I'll let Von Ray know because I actually had invited Von Ray to pull up on this conversation. he is doing a lot because he's typically busy on the weekends. But of course, I ain't got no problem interviewing my homeboy about this. I think I think Von Ray has room to. I think he probably be. I don't know. Von. What I know about Von is somebody who has dealt with Von for years now. Von is very stubborn. Von definitely is very like knuckleheaded, honey, and like he will stand on his square, and so I don't know how interested Von Ray is in actually being educated, which will require listening. But when I go on that podcast, honey, this is definitely a subject matter that we gonna get into, honey, because I'm gonna need to set it the fuck off in my green weave and all. But I'll probably carve out some time to have him also on the platform as well. I don't have a problem with that at all, of course.
To me, what I said from the jump is, as a child, you don't know what you want because you don't know about sexuality. His experience.
So 4 years old, you was bisexual.
Oh my God.
5 years old, you was. That's what you telling me,
That's
right? Or am I wrong? I always know what I'm talking about.
You're nothing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't know.
Shut up, that means you're bisexual.
His experience.
I got kicked out of pre-K at 4 for hunching.
His experiences led him.
Wait.
You just contradicted.
What?
Just contradicted.
This is the shit
motherfucker. Girl.
God, just throw the whole episode away. Girl, these niggas, we don't even have to combat them. They're literally they're combating their own selves every time they open their mouth. The same people who said that children don't have a sexuality, don't have an orientation, but on one hand want Tay to not be gay around his very, very, very young siblings who are 2-3 years old. Well, if they don't even have a sexuality, what the fuck could Tay influence if sexuality does not exist at these ages? And then to make matters worse, the nigga just literally said at 4 he was hunching. But wait,
he said 7.
7, 4. He hunching. No, he just said 4, I think.
God,
no, he said 7.
I got kicked out of pre-K at 4 for hunching.
At 4, I got kicked out of pre-K at 4 for hunching.
Who did?
By Ted just said he got kicked out of pre-K at 4 for hunching.
Oh.
These niggas don't know what they're doing in this dialogue. They just don't. This is what straight folk sound like. This is why, once again, I don't like talking to straight folk about it's pointless because they be so far gone. They're so deeply, not all of them, but like the straight folk that get it and are actually educated in the form are a minority. The majority sound like Ted and Vaughn on the subject. And if you aren't educated, yes, you will lose your brain cells trying to talk to people who are not actually educated on the subject about the subject.
Just let him
and we can't. No, not a boy. Why can't? But if you feel that, if you a boy and you feel that way, like
as
why can't
kids, you don't know what you like because you don't even know the experiences.
I knew
as kids, but he literally just said at 4 years old he was hunching.
That's what I see. That's what I'm talking about. Every thought is a contradiction. Like
at this point,
I'm impressed. I'm actually impressed at this point.
Like my thing is this: at this point, Big Sexy shouldn't even say nothing because the Von Ray and Ted is over punching each other,
and they don't even know it, which is what makes it complete comedy. They actually think they're winning, and that they're doing the big ones, and they're actually canceling each other's subscriptions to their own thinking and beliefs every time they open their mouth.
You knew what you like. No, you knew what you like.
You didn't understand shit.
He said he knew what he liked. So why can't I know what I like?
That's no 5-year-old, 4-year-old boy. You did not know what you didn't know what pussy was.
That's how you do it.
You did not know what pussy was.
Listen, man.
He knew what dick was because he got touched by a man.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm talking about not for everybody.
Tay just said, bitch, no. That's not the case. You just said I only knew about dick. or I'm only identifying as gay because I was touched.
I told
Bro,
you.
what?
Told you.
And you just cannot say that to someone who's been through an experience. Like, that's way too like harsh as an execution. Like, there's no sensitivity around that. And Tay just like, no, girl, I just explained to y'all that don't have nothing to do with nothing. And then, but now Vaughn, in order to double down and legitimize his statement, is also challenging his hetero peer by saying, no, nigga, that couldn't have been the case because you don't know shit about pussy. But once again, a misinterpretation, the understanding of the way sexuality actually motherfucking work. Young people have a sexuality. They don't have no language. They don't have a concept for it. It doesn't mean they don't experience it.
Like, for real, like let's be honest. Emotions are something that we experience on the internal, on the inside of our bodies and on the inside of our consciousness, etc. So kids may cry and they experience it, but they don't know. They may not know, always have the language to say, I'm sad. Kids may get angry or be frustrated or irritated. They may be have temper tantrums, but they may not always have the language to say, I am mad. So not being able to have the quote unquote language, like you said, versus actually experience it are two different things. And so this goes to the whole thing of, to you sound smart, Vaughn, but you gotta just dig a tad bit deeper. Girl.
I'm talking really.
Okay, yeah, but you got
at the age of 4 years old, my daddy died. I started 4 or 5 years old.
No, you gotta talk to him. He said it.
Listen, this is for everybody. My dad died when I was 4.
That's how you do that.
We couldn't afford no daycare no more. So by 4, 5, I'm staying at home by myself for real. Like by myself 4, 5 hours a day. I'm at home, but my common sense way, my mama just was on some other shit.
Yeah.
So I started, you know how I got that porn come up and got all the lines on TV? I'm always watching porn. So that's what I did right out. See, that's what I'm trying to say. Whatever is in your face, that's what most times you're going to go to.
Back up, Teddy. What led you to that? Did you not see your mama and daddy kissing in the house and hugging and loving on each other?
I seen porn.
But listen, did you not see the man and woman dynamic in your life that led you to know, damn, this is what I'm supposed to like? Or this is what I'm going to like?
That's why I'm good at. That's why I'm good at knowing how to treat a woman, because I had man.
You see, Vaughn's logic is going to be, it's not going to make sense to us because he's approaching sexuality from the outside in, not from the inside out. That's why he's saying, oh, these things outside of you are supposed to inform you about what you're supposed to be attracted to, because he's approaching it from the outside in. Even though he just attested, or he just affirmed to Big Sexy that even his own sexuality does not work that way. That he is straight by design, not by influence, which is why he never was bisexual, etc. My God.
Answer my question. Yeah. You seen the man and woman dynamic.
Yeah.
What this man experienced was his mama didn't have a man at the time, and somebody touched him. That's what.
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying. My mom had a man the whole time, even when I was being touched or whatever.
But you know what deterred that vision?
That
was somebody touching him. That wasn't supposed to touch him.
And that's what heterosexual people like to harbor on. Stop harboring on that. Stop harboring on that. Because you have a black gay man.
I don't think you'll never win this anyway.
I know that. It's just a conversation. I never win it.
No, you will never win it.
It don't make sense.
And
it makes a lot of fucking sense.
Doesn't it make sense? Not only will you never win it, it doesn't make sense. And guess what? I'm a logical person. I always get both sides of the spectrum. I always get it. But when it comes down, especially to black men, I think what it is because for so long, y'all was getting whipped and raped and chained. So now that you feel that you have another community to oppress and make them feel like they're lower than you, that's what y'all harbor on.
Never
not knowing it is.
Not
knowing.
Don't make it. No,
not y'all. I'm not saying y'all, but I'm just saying we having a real conversation.
Nah, it is y'all. It's y'all.
A lot of y'all thoughts are still rooted in homophobia.
No, it's
that's the reality of what.
It's the thing.
Then what is it?
If you can say that about us, y'all thoughts is rooted in straight analogy or whatever.
No, it's not. It's rooted in being an ostracized
analogy. With us being straight and everything like that, and we may not.
But who said that? Who said we don't
say that?
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with gays at all. I don't have a problem with them.
I hang with y'all.
Here we go.
They lying.
We can have all this. We can have all this anti-gay
Rhetoric
and politics, but tied back up in I ain't got no problem with nobody to avoid correction and to avoid chastisement for being completely uninformed and ignorant as hell on the subject.
It was a homophobic word that triggered
you
him to
cannot
want
say
to
all you just
apologize.
said for 40 minutes and then honestly look at all of that shit that was said for 40 minutes, girl, and say that there was anything educational or loving or affirming or supportive in anything you just said for the past 40 minutes and then tied up and say, I ain't got no problem. Are you crazy? That's literally like what white people do, girl. I don't want you niggas in our neighborhoods. I don't want you marrying my children. I don't want you in our families. I don't want to have to hire y'all. I don't want to have to share the same shopping malls and communities with y'all. However, I have no problem with Black people. That's like men saying, I love women. However, they should be slaves, stay in a place, never contend a man's authority. They should remain fragile so that we can have role and purpose in their life. And they should definitely have no reproductive rights. However, I love women. No, you can't have all that. Sorry, doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. Sorry, like it's the schizophrenia and bipolarism of it all for me. It's the cognitive dissonance for me. That what these people do is not real. Sorry, no, you don't love gay people. You don't love Black people. You don't love women people. You don't love. You can't say gay should stay away from children. Gay should not have children. Gay should not even is an unnatural phenomenon because it's without the influence of men, which is why it develops. However, nothing wrong with being gay, kids. What the fuck are you talking
about? I just like, I don't. It just so it's thrown like it's thrown out there too for these like this new generation. This my son and on up. Oh boy.
They standing on that gay shit 10 toes.
Man. And then you can't say
there
that.
Go Von Ray, girl.
Even an option.
Like it's like what?
It's not an option.
This is the way it is, and this is the way it's gonna be.
Yeah,
I don't think that's true. I feel like y'all have an opinion just as well as we have an opinion.
But the thing about it is, you have to understand, even though you may have a valid point in certain terms, you got to understand if you want to wedge the gap between the straight, the gay man, you got to understand what we say is not wrong.
And what we say is not wrong.
And nobody says.
This man is asserting that the only people's voice that, and this is why I call it hetero supremacy. This is why I call it cisgender supremacy, biological supremacy. Von Ray literally just said that if queer people and non-queer people are to exist in the same world together without no problems, queer people are going to have to accept the way in which non-queer people want the world to be. Baby, lost.
It's wrong. We just don't agree. But when you get all emotional and say, "Oh, that's just stupid. That don't sound right." No, my nigga, it sound right for the last 150 something years.
No, but what you saying?
Oh my God.
2020.
Okay, I got to go.
But it be gay since Indians.
I understand that too.
Because you just said.
Tremel.
That was wild as fuck.
Yeah, I don't know how much more I can even take my damn self.
Like, I'm all down for the conversation of, just the listening to a perspective, but I've heard this time and time again, and to have somebody sit up there and literally try to educate you, and you're sitting up here arguing about something, the world is changing. I'm sorry, the world is changing, and if you are sitting up here talking about some shit that done happened 150 years ago and how black men have supposed to been this way for years and this is how things are, but things are constantly changing. It just doesn't make any sense. It's very contradictory towards progress. If you were sitting up here saying, oh, we have to, you know, if you want conversations to be fostered and stuff like that, we need to hear both sides. How are we going to hear your side when we've known your side for years and it does not work?
Our whole lives we've known their side. We've lived their
Centuries.
side.
We've lived your
But
side.
then they get mad
but they-
when we live their side, when we attempt to live down low lives and get
Right.
beards, and then shit hits the fan, then we're blamed for giving them what they want. We're blamed for trying to make their logic work. We're blamed for actually following suit with their psychological script.
We're blamed for not being authentic because they even try to villainize or, you know, make people who are not gay just because of they want them. Oh, you're exhibiting certain qualities, like they were saying about Charlemagne earlier. Like that shit sticks. It's like, come on, like for real, be fucking for real. Like be fucking for real. Y'all don't want people to be gay, but y'all don't want people to pretend like they're straight. I don't understand that. It just does not make any sense. It just really don't, and it's just really giving me heartburn and indigestion, and it's making my asshole hurt and all this other stuff, and like the tip of my dick is leaking. It's just really, really bad at this point. Like I just really just can't. Everything about me is screaming for some release of some kind of logic and or brain power, because this conversation sounds fucking dumb. That's why I don't have these types of conversations with those people. I don't have conversations with closed people. I can't talk to a person who's stupid. I just can't talk to her. I can respect you because you're a human being. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit up here and argue because you're wrong. You can never tell me that you're right. I'm sorry. You can never tell me that you're right because you're not even open to the ability or the facts that around you are people who are living in this world. Just like those stupid ass people who say, I don't believe in your lifestyle. You don't believe in it, bitch. It's happening. What are you talking about? It's happening. It's not imaginary. Niggas is fucking out here. I don't believe in the gay lifestyle, bitch. Niggas are fucking right now as we speak. They are taking dick. What do you not believe? I'm not understanding. I don't understand it. You're so closed, and your mind is so warped because whoever done told you this. I don't know if it was your mama, you're not their daddy, or whatever the case may be, or whatever you got to pretend to be. I don't know who told you needed to act like this to be quote unquote man, but they told you wrong, baby, because that is not it. A real man is very, very much secure in his sexuality and can move amongst people and respect everybody around him because he knows that at the end of the day, your experience is your experience and his experience is his, and he can still break bread with you. He can still listen to your qualms or whatever. He doesn't have to take that into his spirit. He doesn't even have to completely understand it, but he can respect that you have a journey, you have a life, you have a story. And these people are sitting up there not respecting other people's story. He's not respecting somebody else's journey. And that is so fucking weird to me. It's weird. It's weird to sit here and talk about it. It's weird to sit up here and watch it. It's weird to give it a view. It's weird. Because I understand these conversations need to be fostered. Yes, but they need to be fostered with both sides being open. Big Sexy is very open. That young man sitting there, listen to his daddy dog him the fuck out. He is very open to listening. I mean, we have to be, because we've had to do that our whole lives. That's our thing. That's what we're supposed to do because that's what we've been told to do. We have to listen to y'all. We have to listen to y'all. But y'all is telling us that we are wrong. We are this, we are that, we are this. And you're not even trying to walk a mile or even 2 steps in our shoes. Bitch, you don't even want to take a bath in my shower. What are you talking about? I'm sorry. Delete that.
I feel like I just went through a dialysis session. That's how exhausted I am. I feel mentally and intellectually whooped. Like I actually feel physically tired. Like I just came from a chemo treatment. Exhausted, girl. Like trying to make what does not make sense make sense just really had my brain in like hyper braining, trying to keep up and make sense, girl. And this is why I guess the old saying is ignorance is bliss. Because if I was not informed, I would have been able to listen to this conversation and find nothing wrong with what was being stated.
When people don't have gay friends, they're able to sit through that type of stuff because they don't have any point of reference. Nobody who has a true allyship with a person of the LGBT community could sit there and listen to that and be like, oh, okay. Not somebody who has a gay child who they accept, who they love, who they support, could sit there and listen to somebody talk about their parenting style and how my mama is not about to sit here and listen to you talk about how she fucked up with me. I'm sorry. She ain't about to sit here and listen to, oh, you the reason Tramel is like this because you raised him. You fucked him up. She would never let my daddy say that. He tried to say that to her one time, and she cussed his ass politely the fuck out. Like, I come from all of that. People saying those types of things. And it's weird. I'm not a poster child for goddamn gay rights or nothing like that, but bitch, I've been through some things, and what you're not gonna tell me is my experience of you motherfuckers. It's what you're not going to do ever.
And that's exactly what they do. Tell you your experience of them. And I just can't believe Von Ray just said that in order for there to be a utopia, minority people are going to have to bow down and kiss the ring of the majority. And he literally said that.
Because them white people be telling his ass
you're
that
going to
all
have
the
to
time.
understand, Tramel, that if there's going to be a bridge, you're the one who's going to have to walk across it.
Absolutely. Over to some
and
handcuffs,
accept the terms and conditions.
No, handcuffs. We're just going to call them handcuffs.
You don't matter, girl. Your experience don't matter, girl. Your rights don't matter, girl. Your placement doesn't matter, girl. That the only way this is going to work is if queer people do as they're told. In a democracy, right, where Black people also have to share spaces with other ethnic groups, right, where women have to share space with men. There is no fucking island. What fucking island? What does that practically look like? There can never be such a thing.
That man is trolling,
everybody, right? Everybody lives in this simulation. Everybody exists on this continent, on this landmass.
Like, tell me this man is a troll. And tell me he's a troll without telling me he's a troll.
And this is the manifestation of, and this is literally a prime example of Black men want to be the white men to the Black community so bad that this is just about power. This isn't about equality. This is not about other people having a dignified, safe, affirming existence where they also too are afforded the rights and the resources, etc. This is about power. It's about control. It's about dominance. And it's wild that in 2020, people always say it's 2023, baby, and we ain't got nowhere on the issue. Nowhere on the fucking issue. Well, then all the people who don't like minority people need to get the fuck on to those other continents. Because people who have had to put their money and their taxes and their blood and their sweat and also had their ancestors put their blood and their sweat into this fucking landmass should have to go no fucking where for solidarity. What we gonna do about it is fight about it and tear this shit down if need be for change. Because I don't have to move around no motherfucking where. The fight is just going to fight. You think I'm going to take all the fucking blood and sweat that I done put into this motherfucker, that my peers done put into this motherfucker, that my ancestors done put into this motherfucker, and I'm going to take my ass somewhere else? No, ma'am. The island gonna be right motherfucking here, bitch. The freedom gonna be right motherfucking here. And bitch, we just gonna tug on the motherfucking wig until there ain't no wig left. Take your ass on to the other island and the continent. Because we'll turn this bitch into a big ass Ferguson if need be. I ain't watching a motherfucking thing, bitch. But your motherfucking comment, hoe. And you can get your motherfucking green card and your goddamn banana boat, bitch, and paddle your motherfucking ass on elsewhere. Suck my motherfucking big click, bitch. What I'm gonna watch you do, bitch, is use your mouth to suck this pussy, bitch. And if you don't like sucking pussy, bitch, get your ass on to another motherfucking continent, hoe. Bitch, you in my house on this land here, girl. You should have read the queers only sign, bitch, before you stepped into the bar. You done pussy popped on to the wrong side of town. I guess you didn't read the room. My brain hurts. I can feel her shaking, girl. In the skull. Shout out to Big Sexy for holding that shit. Big Sexy, baby. Big Sexy had to be drunk. Drunk down boots. In order to stay level, girl. Because let me tell you something. Actually, I take it back. I am not interested in talking to another straight person about sexuality now. Me and Vaughn can interview about anything else. I don't want to talk to no other straight person about sexuality. I don't want to talk to straight people about gender. I'd rather talk to my own people and educate them in a world that's not trying to educate them about gender and sexuality. I refuse to engage the dominant society about this subject because the dominant society is gaslighting, abusive, and want you to fight them to convince them of your humanity. I would never insult myself like that. I made a vow to myself that I am not going to force people to have a humanity toward other people. No. What I will do is educate people who are actually gay, people who are actually trans, people who are actually them and they. People who need the information and the understanding. I don't give a fuck to educate straight folk about a motherfucker. Baby, have at it. Have at it. Have at it, girl. It's not my job to fucking break brain cells and divulge my time, my expertise, my years of education and evolution and consciousness, girl, and then sit in the face of somebody who doesn't have my lived experience, or to sit in the face of people who don't have my lived experience and have them behave and act like they are the motherfucking authors, that they are the scholars, that they are the authority on thereof. No, ma'am. It's abusive. It's self-mutilation. Not fucking interested. I have come to understand that and shout out to our actual allies. Shout out to all of the members of the dominant society that have actually done the fucking work, girl, because I have to applaud you all just as much as I have to applaud all of my tribe members who are queer for surviving the United States and for surviving the American school curriculum and for surviving society, for surviving this matrix, because you all are in a position, our straight and biological allies, y'all are in a position that makes it so easy for y'all to just join the bandwagon of the majority. And for y'all to intentionally counteract that and to choose the philosophy, to choose the facts, to choose a loving politic contrary to that of the politics of your hetero biological peers, I got a round of applause y'all asses too, baby. Because y'all are part of the minority. And we couldn't have got this far without y'all. Those are the people that I'm interested in talking to. As you guys can see here, I love Von Ray down boobs, but this is a perfect example. Look at how there are two same-gender loving men here who can't get nowhere in this conversation, regardless of them being the phenomenon. Is it working? No. It's them sitting down, taking time out of their life to talk to straight people about what it means to be queer and what needs to happen for queer people to have the resources they need and to have the safety they need. Is it working? No. They have done nothing but fight for their lives in this conversation. This is what it's like for queer people to talk to members of the dominant society. It's always a fight for our lives. And we have to endure being degraded. We have to endure people's ignorant shit. We have to endure it all, girl. Just to convince you to be a better person to other people. Just to convince you to see another motherfucker as a human motherfucker. And the fact that there's people in the world who literally don't even see their behavior, their thinking, their pathology, their psychology, as that is nuts. But yet these same people who are not queer are also so clear about their own oppressive intersectionality. I bet you Von Ray can talk to you about what it means to be oppressed as a fucking black man, but will sit in the face of another queer black person who's oppressed for a different reason and then be completely deaf tone. I bet you By Ted can tell you what it's like to be a dark-skinned oppressed man, unlike Von Ray, who's a light-skinned black man, what it's like to be oppressed in this system. I bet you, baby, he can run it down. Anti-blackness and colorism. Understand his own oppression. But then we'll sit in the face of other black people who are queer and scratch his ass. As to, what you mean? What you mean? What you mean oppressed? As if, bitch, we didn't have to fight for our right to marry, our right to fucking vote, our right to donate blood, our right to fucking adopt, our right to be considered normal. As if in America, there are not hundreds of sodomy laws on the books because of how queer-phobic America was. That homosexuality, transgenderism, lesbianism were criminalized. And lots of those laws are still on the books. They're just not enforced. So for other oppressed as people to have the unmitigated gall to act completely blind and stupid, and more importantly, non-empathetic toward other motherfuckers who done been railroaded in this society, who done been unalived in this society, who done experienced governmental, political, and socio-economic violences in this system. This is the atrocious, violent, mental terrorism that is experienced. by queer folk, and this is why I refuse to engage the dominant society directly about sexuality and gender. That's why I didn't invite a straight person to this conference. It's all gay people here on this panel.
I'm asexual.
I'm not going to let two gay people and an asexual on the panel. I'm not going to let a motherfucker tell me, like Big Sexy said, of what the fuck my experience. No, I think Tramel said of what the fuck my experience is of you. How convenient for you as a member of the dominant society to tell me what the fuck my experience is of you. How convenient. Oh, I'm sure you can't wait to make your perception as holy and perfect as possible.
It's the I'm an expert on your experience.
I'm an expert on your lived experience.
Yep, I'm an expert, and I know, and you can't tell me that I'm wrong because you need to listen to me. What? That's all I heard in that whole conversation. You don't know you like I know you, and I just met you today. Because you told me one or two things, and I'm just like, yep, that's it. And I know this for a fact. What? They couldn't even get past what was the real conversation supposed to be about, because they was talking for about 45 minutes about how what this man said was I was born gay, and they just
No,
went
you
down a whole
wasn't.
rabbit
No,
hole.
you wasn't. You can't be born gay.
Yeah,
I can be
right.
born,
And they
I
went
can be
down
born
this whole
straight.
rabbit
You can't
hole
be born
about-
gay. I can be born straight. You can't be born gay.
Yeah. Oh no,
I
you're
can be
born as a
hunching. I
blank
can be
slate.
hunching on a woman's leg at 4 years old and get kicked out of pre-K. You can't know nothing about sexuality as a queer person at 4.
Yeah, that's something that happened to you. You learned about that. What?
This is sickening. So then, last but not least, I got a question for y'all. Since gay people are living in a world filled with the Body by Teds and the Von Rays, because Body by Ted and Von Ray, they represent the majority of people. This is bigger than just Von and Ted. They represent the majority. This is why Lil Boosie has statues symbolically represented in his likeness, because the dominant society love him, because he's upholding the patriarchy. He's upholding the gender norms. He's upholding the bigotry that they want to see enforced. This is why he always gets so much praise when he goes to say and do anything queerphobic. He represents the majority. He represents the pathology, the psychology, the perception, the attitude, the belief of the majority. So for us as Black queer people who have lived our whole lives alongside people who have these beliefs, what do you think should be the dynamic? Because at the same time that Vaughn can hold what he doesn't even know are anti-LGBT politics and attitudes, is also the same person who's in direct relationship to queer people. He's employing queer people, aka Big Sexy. He's also participating in breaking the social norms about straight men and gay men being able to have friendship and be in relationship to each other, have brotherhood amongst each other, etc. So what do you say to the fact that, because what do you say to straight folk who in one area are living alongside gay people just fine, employing them, in friendship to them, etc., 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 but at the same time also are completely dualistic? What do we do with that? And can you count somebody as transphobic or homophobic if not all of their behavior is homophobic, etc.? Or like just how do we unpack that? Like how do we frame that for ourselves? Because I'm going to be honest. What's so funny about Vaughn and Body by Ted is that shit, they represent my biological family. My biological family is Orthodox Christians, raised in the church, has a biblical worldview. They haven't given up their fucking beliefs just so that I can be at the Thanksgiving dinner table. They haven't given up their fucking beliefs just so that they can hug and kiss me and greet me accordingly when I'm in the room. They haven't changed their beliefs just to send me an invite to a birthday party, a family gathering. They are able to hold their beliefs and have their attitude, while at the same time, I'm still able, like many of us are able to still experience our homophobic ass mamas. We're still able to be in relationship to our homophobic ass fathers. We'll still be able to be in relationship to our homophobic ass, like, so what do we do with that?
Well, for me, I'm gonna continue living my motherfucking life and be clear that these motherfuckers laugh, grin, kiki. Like I said, and I was literally just saying how, for me, I perfectly worded it, articulated it to where I'm using black men just for example purposes, but really it's all around. The majority, they fuck with us on an individual basis, but not as a collective. So you have, like you said, you may have Von Ray who may fuck with Big Sexy. You know who Big Sexy is, yada, yada, yada. But as a collective, when in terms of queer people, the politics are anti-queer people. And so for me, I move on with my motherfucking life. I'm clear that most people that I come across will have queerphobic rhetoric, queerphobic ideals. And some of my acquaintances, friends may also have that as well. And I also know that for me personally, I wrap them up in a bow. That's what I do.
What is your attitude about the dichotomy of straight folk who can have politics on one end and maybe even go as far as to also have a general love and acceptance of queer people in general, despite having certain politics? Like a person who can say, yeah, I don't believe this, that, the third, but also will never get in the way of queer people. Is that fair?
No.
Because as I just said,
but my thing is this, and this is what a narcissistic bullshit comes from. What the fuck you mean you don't believe? Then bitch, don't do it. Bitch, that's like me saying I don't believe in heterosexuality. Bitch, that sounds stupid coming from my motherfucking mouth. Like that sounds stupid as fuck coming from my. I personally do not believe in heterosexuality. No, bitch, just don't do it. Like, it's nothing to believe or don't believe in. You just don't engage in it. You're talking about two consenting adults. No one's getting sexually assaulted. No one's being hurt. And that's that privilege that comes out of people's mouths. Well, I personally do not believe, bitch, I don't give a fuck what the fuck you believe about you, what about my motherfucking existence. Because the same shit that they say to us, if we were to say it to them, it sounds stupid as fuck. It put a big giant question mark above their head. Well, I don't believe in heterosexuality. I don't believe that, like, bitch, I'm just not into heterosexuality. It's nothing to believe in and don't believe in. Bitch, just don't engage in it. And your body, you will be able to tell yourself that. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I'm never going to get away with queer, but I just don't believe. It's nothing for you to believe in, bitch. I'm not God. I am not a deity. I do not run your quote unquote belief system. So what do you mean you don't believe? You know, the next time someone tell me that, I'm like, what
but I want us to be realistic. We all love people currently who are not pro LGBT per se.
Yeah, and
they also are not necessarily quote unquote getting in our way, but they also haven't given up their beliefs and their feelings and attitudes about things in order to love us and be in relationship to us.
And the same can go for us. I don't have to give up. The same way they try to wrap us in a bow, I wrap them right in a bow. I'm not okay, that's cool and all, but you still get wrapped up in a bow. That for me, that doesn't change. Yeah, I still have friends. Oh, hi, hey, boo. But when conversations is around trans, because from a lot of my friends, the gay shit they typically don't have a problem with, but it's that trans stuff or the non-binary stuff that really starts to. Now they may not say stuff out loud, but it's that subtleties, and that's when I get to wrapping them in a bow. I swear to God, every single time I tie them bitches up like a damn shoestring, like shoestrings. I swear to God.
Beautiful claim that she's here to genuinely understand, even though she's nothing but a troll. Her question is, as a woman, why do we want to take their men?
Who is their?
I didn't know that men belong to women.
Well, if you let them tell it.
Because if we are gay and gay people exist, then that also means that men belong also to those who are attracted to men, which includes women and everybody else who's attracted to men. So where do you even get this notion from, beautiful, that men belong, that men are y'all's, men are ours just as much?
I'm going to ask that question to her.
Hold on, and I am a man. I don't belong to you. Reckless is a man. He doesn't belong to you. Tremel is a man. He doesn't belong to you. So, like, what do you like? So what's your basis of the entitlement? What's your basis of the ownership of men? Like, what's your basis of that? That men belong to y'all, therefore you have a right to question anybody else who's not female as to why they are engaging with men sexually and or romantically. Yes, ask your question, Tremel.
Why is she trying to take my man?
Fair question.
Why are you trying to take my man from me and make him have babies and get married and stuff? He don't want to do that. The men that want me, they want me. So why are you trying to take them from me? I'm not trying to take your man.
But their basis can't be human nature, Joshua, because homosexuality is human nature. Sexuality is human nature. The human nature is not exclusively heterosexual. Hence, orientation being a spectrum. Okay, so you say if you're in a relationship. So what are you talking about, Sugar? Like,
that's your man.
Yeah.
Then that's your man. Then no man can't take him away, or no other woman can take him away either.
That's
Maybe you should be worried about something else.
But she just moved the goalpost as well, because her initial statement was, "Why are y'all taking our men?" And then,
well, you got a man, so you got to worry about the other men out here anyway. You just need to worry about the man that's laying next to you.
If he can be taken, love, he's not yours for one. If he leaves you for me, he's not yours for two. And if he leaves you for me for three, he also has the right to leave your ass for three.
But my thing is that's a cop out, because she's saying my man taking my man. Then if that's the case, then that's the same question you should be asking other women as well.
That's also the same question you need to be asking the man who leaving your ass. Why is he leaving your ass? That's also a question for him. Why is he leaving you? That's your man. So only he can give you clarity about why he don't want you no more.
This is trolling at its finest, and I love it.
So is that the crux of some of the tension between gay men and women? Is that some women literally feel like Black queer people are infringing upon the dating pool that they feel inherently entitled to?
Absolutely.
Well, baby, y'all best to get the dating internationally, love, because everybody want a man up in this bitch, and everybody plans on getting one. So where we all shopping at, girl, we all need to be expanding our goddamn territory because
I
everybody
never
want a
told a
man.
woman I would take her man. That is so weird.
Gay men always tell women, "I'll take your."
I've never said that.
Yeah, I don't know what gay men that you're talking about. I can't speak for what a gay man has said because we also hear straight women who tell us that they can convert us into being straight.
Give me one night, I can turn you straight. I'm like, oh, okay, girl.
Yeah, I don't know, like what you're talking about, love.
No, how many gay niggas out here got kids? Y'all couldn't
asinine.
keep no man. We ain't trying to take none from you. They leaving. You better figure out how to keep them.
So, what are your thoughts about that, Tremel? Like this idea that people can hold beliefs and attitudes separate from the way they actually engage humans. I always use my grandmother as an example of this, and probably can use my entire family as a result, like as a illustration of that. Like my family has not changed any of their beliefs, but they do embrace me. They do engage me. My grandmother specifically, when I came out to her when I was like in my early 20s, you know, she verbatim told me that she knows what the Bible says, but I'm also her grandson and she supports my happiness. And since then, she has taken upon herself to like inquire about my partners, to even be introduced to them. Over the years, she's made like strides to be inclusive, etc., but has not also changed her beliefs per se, but she is leading from her humanity. What do you think about people like that who feel how they feel, they believe what they believe, but they also are capable of honoring your humanity?
I feel like that is the ultimate form of, respect. As long as you can respect me enough in that regard, I can still be around you. But there are people who pretend to, I'm like the people on the podcast, they, I love you, but this and but like when somebody really truly cares about you, you said it earlier, there is no buts. When somebody truly understands you, there is no buts. Whether they want to completely dive into the whole situation or not, like that's for them to decide. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not one of those people to push that on anyone. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be mad at you because you just don't accept me for everything and you're not my best friend about this whole situation. I mean, I understand that you have your own hangups and all this other stuff, and that is for you to hold inside of your heart. As long as you don't treat me any different or treat me any sort of type of way, because I'm not going to act any different around you. I'm not going to dim my light for you. I'm also not going to, wring your neck about what you can and cannot do and what you cannot deal with and all this other stuff. So there's no punishment to be had on both sides. You know what I'm saying? It's respect due to you as well as respect due to me. So we respect each other as long as we respect each other's space and each other's boundaries when it comes to certain things, but we still love on each other. I can work with that. But when you come to a place where you're just like, oh, well, I like this, but he's like, I'm okay with your sexuality, but just don't bring it around me. No, bitch, that's not how this works. Let me decide when I can bring it around you and when I can't. If I show up with a man one day, cool. If I feel like, I don't feel like bringing my nigga over there today, that's cool too. That's the type of relationship that I have with my mother. She's met my man before, and she's met a couple of my niggas before, but she's always been very respectful of the whole situation. But there's also times where I'm just like, I don't want you meeting my mama because I don't want my mama thinking that I'm a hoe and I'm bringing in all these niggas to see her and all this other stuff because she already think that I'm a hoe anyway. So it's just all about setting your own tone, but you setting the tone for yourself. And out of love and respect for yourself, as well as the person that you're dealing with, in those boundaries that you have both set. You know what I'm saying? Don't say nothing weird to me, and I won't do certain things to you. It's just, that's how I feel like things could progress. But also in the other aspect of going to allyship, you know who your allies are. You know who's really open to these conversations. You know who's really open to helping. And those are the people that you should definitely have those conversations with, because those are the people who can get to other people that you can't reach. A straight person having those conversations with another straight person will come off better, because they'll be like, bitch, I'm straight too. And I'm telling you, it's not like that over here. They're the ones who can chariot the message better than we can, apparently, because there's some people just want to argue with gay people all day long and say stupid, weird shit to them. I'm not saying that it's every ally's responsibility, but, you know, if you can, we would appreciate it, because, you know, it helps. It all helps. But you know who the open people are. And I wouldn't talk to no closed person anyway. I don't have direct conversations like Conscious. I'm not having no direct conversation with nobody who I feel like is closed. Once I feel like you're closed, bitch, we're done talking. And that's just how I feel and view everything.
I feel like it'd be important for us as a community, as queer people, to reframe what we are really addressing and challenging then. Because even though a lot of, so far the conversation as a queer collective has been about like, yes, it's been about like respect, rights, but it's also been largely a movement committed to attempting to change people's beliefs, which is very difficult to do. So I think it'll be more productive for us going forward to actually not so much as prioritizing changing people's beliefs, but to remind people that you are entitled to your belief. You're not entitled to dehumanizing me.
Absolutely.
You are entitled to your mythology. You are entitled to your perception, your attitude, but you are out of order if you believe that you have the right to dehumanize me, if you have the right to keep the resources from me, which does happen when you vote away from what's in the best interest of any minority of people. When you vote away or vote in the least interest for queer people, I am completely okay, myself as well, not living in a managed society. I actually think it's exhausting to attempt to change people's beliefs. I would rather people treat me according to principle without having to give up their beliefs. If they give up their beliefs, that's a bonus. That's of their own free will. That's something that they do. But I'm less interested in that, more so than I am. I would rather live in a type of society with my grandmother, people who can have their beliefs and their feelings, but treat you with dignity and treat you like a human being. And unfortunately, though, the people who are capable of separating the two, their beliefs from their humanity, are a minority. Because in this country, we have been conditioned, and the way the system has been created allows us to participate and be informed by our beliefs, which informs our treatment of other people. So because I believe this, then I'm allowed and justified in treating you like that. And that's what has to be challenged. I also don't want to live in a world where I have to give up my beliefs. I want to be able to feel how the fuck I feel about white people. I want to be able to feel how the fuck I want to feel about a lot of shit. I'm also somebody who's not trying to oppress people because of my feelings and my beliefs. I also can feel and how I want to feel about white people, and also treat white people with dignity and respect and love, while also holding certain beliefs and attitudes. I can have an opinion and have a thought without also being a danger to anyone. I love and prefer to live in a system where we have liberty and have the right to think and believe what we want, religiously, spiritually, etc. But the problem has been that people have been allowed to take their beliefs and then force everybody else to live in that simulation and think that it's their right. And that's why Von Ray said what he said so flippantly. If there's going to be a bridge building, gay people queer people gotta realize they're the ones who got to do all the accommodating. As if that's not what queer people have done all the way up until the last 20 years. It's accommodate. I love to think of Von Ray as somebody who can have a belief, but yet lead from his heart, which is why I said he's saying all of this as it relates to his attitude about certain things, etc. But at the same time, look at him being in relationship to gay people. Look at him employing gay people. If those things can exist in that way, I can respect that. I don't have to agree with what a motherfucker thinks.
Yeah, I get that, but I don't know. We probably gonna talk behind the scenes, but so how do you think that's gonna show up if they get a child that's queer, that happens to be queer?
Then that's why
because also what happened too is that, remember, Ron and Ray them, they're also the same people that said that, with their child being queer, it's a disappointment and etc. Like, you don't believe that's gonna show up in those interactions?
As I said earlier, if a person can be capable of having a belief but still honoring other people's humanity, that literally is as good as it's ever going to get. So we can't control whether a parent will feel disappointed. What we can continue to do is educate. Queer people can continue to tell their stories, talk about what it's like to have a parental experience like that, and hopefully that inspires other people to break the chains and the cycles and to better prepare themselves when it comes to their engagements and interactions of queer people as children, etc. But at the end of the day, we can't control what people's emotional experiences are due to their perception. However, if that same parent, despite the heartbreak they experience, the moment that their 11-year-old, 12-year-old says, "Mommy, I think I'm a boy, I think I'm a girl, or I'm gay." Okay, cool. You are afforded whatever emotional experience in yourself that you are experiencing. However, my question is your capability, because I'm clear that there are people who, once again, they can have their initial preferences of, I want a straight child, I want a non-trans child, etc. But once you get a trans child, once you get an LGBT child, once you get a queer child, if you can love that child regardless, and I hear this a lot of time from parents who have queer children who did not have any plans per se of having a queer child, who wasn't expecting their child to be gay or to be trans, who say, but I love my child any fucking way. So for me, I'm able to see that there are people who can have their preferences, have certain expectations, etc., but yet lead from their humanity regardless and say, yes, this wasn't what I was expecting. Yes, I'm hurt by this. This is not what I thought this would be like or look like. However, I'm going to show up regardless. I'm going to show up. My child is mine, and they are afforded and entitled to love and protection. They are entitled to my support. They are entitled to my heart. They are entitled to that. And so, I don't necessarily change my beliefs or whatever the case may be, but I'm not going to allow my beliefs per se to inform my love for my child. My love for my child is going to triumph above all the other shit. If folk can do that, I'm with it. I can't worry about your personal feelings. I can't worry about what you believe. I don't have no control over those aspects. And that's not ultimately what's going to be harmful to your kid. Because most of us can respect the people in our lives who we know haven't changed their beliefs, but they also have not withdrawn themselves from us because of their beliefs. And if I had the truth between the lesser of the two evils, I'm okay with living in a world where people have their beliefs, but still afford me their humanity. So for those who are clear, like super clear about the distinction between their beliefs, etc., and their humanity, that won't show up in their experience of loving their child or their sibling or whoever it is, if they're leading from love.
So
because
because
I'm literally watching, like I said, my own family do it. I'm watching my own grandmother do it. I'm watching people who have not given up their beliefs, who yet still afford me respect, love, support, affirmation, and visibility. I'm watching it. I'm living it. So I can't deny that it exists, because it does. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with my relatives and people that I love having beliefs, as long as I'm not oppressed as a result of your beliefs. As Tremel said, long as you treat me with respect, you should be like a human being. Like, what does it matter what you believe? You aren't using your belief to mistreat me. So why the fuck should I care about what you believe? You're not using your belief to harm me, to harm people like me, to harm anybody else. So at the end of the day, why should I prioritize your belief if your belief is not informing your actual treatment of other people?
Amen.
So I'm assuming we're not talking about Von Ray anymore.
No, I mean, this conversation.
Okay.
This conversation also includes him, because this is also why I'm also advocating for him too, because he would fit the bill of somebody who we have the luxury of getting inside of Von Ray's mind, because he's willing to engage in the dialogue and show how ignorant and uninformed he is intellectually about the matter, etc. At the same time, we're also watching a man be in relationship to gay people. He's in relationship to queer people. He employs queer people. He's visible with queer people. But but the way he understands what the fuck is happening may be immature and incongruent with what we would call the facts, etc. But if that's not, if the way he sees shit is not keeping him from being in relationship and actually treating queer people like actual humans, I can deal with that ignorant thinking and hope that he just evolves in his perception of the way the clock tick-tocks. But if his misunderstanding of the clock is not leading him to mistreat his child if they were gay, or mistreat other queer people because they're queer, then I don't have a problem with that. If the belief does inform mistreatment, obviously we all have a problem with that. But that's also a hypothetical. I don't know what Von Ray, we don't know what his relationship is to his children, etc. So I can't speak on that, and I'm not going to speak on that.
No, but he has been saying it in the that's why, at least for me, like that's why I was like looking and like listening to the podcast, because like, well, correct me if I'm wrong, I could have sworn he said, like, of course he said he's gonna be disappointed, but then someone on the lines, when they were talking about the relationship between Ted and what's his name, Tay, and how he said basically he was saying like little things, yeah, like you want to go in there and tough them up and man them up, and we're raising men and stuff, and which is okay, cool, whatever. And so like my question is like, how do you expect, and like you said yourself, he's from what you know him better than we do, he's very stubborn. So how do you expect, because like Tay and Ted, that interaction between Tay and Ted, how literally everything was so backhanded and emotionally and spiritually violent, how do you expect to quote unquote get to that place or have that interaction when everything that you let's just say you and your child finally do have that conversation and everything out your mouth is emotionally and mentally violent to your child, and then on top of it, you're stern on it, then on top of it you are the parent, then I'm so well. Maybe it's just me. I just think it's gonna be hard. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just judging them too hard, but I just don't think that.
I don't know. What I'm saying is that I
Yeah.
don't know enough about the actuality. That's a conversation I would have to have with Von Ray. I'm not going to make critiques about his parenting due to him being hyperbolic in a damn, conversation that's meant to be sensationalized for clicking views on the issue. I would want to have a real conversation with him about his perception of his child and the potential for him to be gay, queer, trans, whatever the case may be, and before I make an assessment. This is all happening in the vacuum of fucking social media and a podcast, so I know how extra people get and how dumb people get or whatever. So it is what it is. But I have an issue to your question. I have an issue with anybody who's taking their belief
and trying to
using that to abuse, oppress, and dehumanize any human being. I have an absolute total problem and a objection to that, because that's not what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about people being emotionally intelligent and mentally mature enough to separate their beliefs from their treatment of people. I also don't even have an issue with By Ted or Von Ray bringing masculinity into the lives of their sons. My issue would be them negating the necessity of femininity as well in the lives of their sons, because I'm a believer in balance. So I don't even have no problem with you wanting to introduce your sons to sports and to so-called masculine activities and teaching them how to fix cars and how to endure physical labor, etc. I would have an issue with you not also understanding the importance of them being emotionally available, emotionally intelligent, them not being able to be nurturing, them not being able to be protective, domestic, etc. I don't even have a problem with the introduction of masculinity into the framework. I'm masculine myself. I know how to do masculine things myself as a result of having men in my life, having a stepfather, having a biological father, having cousins, uncles, etc. Having a mother who also was unisex in her navigation of the world. She knew how to do masculine things. She knew how to cut the grass. She knew how to repair certain things in the home. And she was also a fucking lady. So, and I don't regret having those skill sets, because I'm raising nieces and nephews right now, and I'm raising them in a unisex way. I'm raising my nephews to have attributes of both, and I'm raising my nieces to have attributes of both. I'm raising, like my influence over my cousins and all the young people available to me involves informing them about the importance of being capable of being a nurturer and being a provider. Being strong, being emotional, being passionate, being competent, like all of that informs my framework and my parenting style. So, that I rest my case on, yes, I would have an issue with them thinking that like any person thinking that to be male is just all the way here and to be female is all the way there, and negating the role of both the divine masculine and the divine feminine, and anybody using their beliefs to inform their humanity. Because I have a lot of beliefs about the people that I love in my life, about various aspects of their life, their relationships, their marriages, how they show up, how they exist, etc. But beyond all that, because I love them, when I look at them, there is nothing but love for them. There is nothing but love for them. And so my role is not to lead from all these opinions I have about them and to project those opinions onto them, unless they ask for them and unless it's appropriate for that type of exchange to happen. But at the end of the day, regardless of my opinions, regardless of my judgments, I'm able to show up and lead from love and respect for them. And I prefer this society to have that same energy for queer people. Have your beliefs, have your feelings, have your whatever. But love queer people. Embrace queer people. Permit and allow queer people. The same sense of self, the same sense of autonomy, the same sense of agency that you desire and that you operate in yourself. All of us, irregardless of orientation, are living amongst communities and a part of families where people have opinions about us. But we prefer people to, have your opinions, have your feelings, etc. But ultimately, respect me at the end of the day, when it's all said and done. If that can be accomplished, I ain't worried about people's beliefs. I ain't worried about it. Hell, yeah, I'm gonna tell you how progressive I am. I'm so progressive that hell, I prefer people to not have racist ideologies. But hell, you know what? Just like we got a black supremacist. If you want to be a pale supremacist, baby, and you have beliefs, girl, I'm not about to mentally exhaust myself for trying to change your mind about me. If you can live in a world and operate with and be civil and be dignified and dignify other people, regardless of what you believe about them, I think that's fair down the middle. I think that's fair. If you ain't getting in the way of black folk, you ain't participating in necessarily oppressing black folk. You have your beliefs, you have your stereotypes, you have your whatever. But at the end of the day, baby, because you know this is a melting pot and we all have to dwell amongst each other, you are willing to play the go along to get along gang. I can accept that. If there were white people in my life that were racist and I didn't know it, then that means that they're doing a great job at being racist. I prefer that type of racism. Your personal beliefs, but they don't actually impact you and I. They don't impact me. I shouldn't see your racism. I should never experience your racism. I shouldn't see your sexism. I shouldn't experience your sexism. I shouldn't experience your homophobia. Let it be a personal belief. That's why we call it personal belief. Let it be personal. All I should experience is humanity. Your humanity. And so I think we probably can get a lot further as all minority groups by moving away from this idea of trying to change people's minds, trying to change how they think. That's way too much work to do. And it's outside of our pay grade. You can't change somebody else's mind. They have to change their own mind. What we can do though is inform people about the fact that there are two options and you can have two things at the same time. Your belief and you can have your humanity. And you don't have to give up one in order to have the other. Even though giving up one does help your humanity far and large. It ain't gonna hurt your humanity by giving up your ignorant ass thinking. But you can also have a great humanity and have your ignorant bullshit in your head. Once again, my grandmother ain't gave up none of that biblical shit to support me. But I don't see her homophobia. I know her politics are anti-queer. But it does not inform her behavior. Therefore, what is there for me to argue with her over? What is there for me to argue over when it comes to my family? Long as I don't see it and I'm having an experience of humanity and community and I'm not being cut off, then I'm with it. Totally with it. Does that help you to better understand the reckless?
Oh, I've been understood.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure you're probably gonna talk behind the scenes. Girl.
All right. Well, I think we've been here almost 5 hours shy, and we still didn't even get through all the goddamn podcasts. That goes to show you how much opinion there was and how much objection there was. So we got 39 minutes in, honey, and we've been here almost 5 hours, over 39 minutes worth of content. My God, today. But anybody have anything that they want to conclude with before we dip on up out of chair? Tremel.
I'll say this one last thing. I've always found it very fascinating that somebody told me a long time ago that the lowest on the totem pole of white people, like, still think that they still have in them that, oh, I'm white, so I'm still better than the minorities. And I feel like even when it comes to black men, black hetero men, they could go to jail, be criminals, be deadbeat fathers, not have as much money or anything like that, but they're still considered better than queer people and have the autonomy to say, oh, well, I can tell you how to be. Really? Like Boosie can tell us how we're like this and we're supposed to be like that. I'm like, Boosie, you're not the creme de la creme of the peoples. You're not Barack Obama. It's like, but yeah, that's all I had to say about that. And I think that conversation should be had with open people, and people should be more open. But baby, it's all good.
I think I'm just gonna start keeping that same energy with people in terms of I'm gonna start having crazy philosophies, but then like treat people a certain way, not disrespect them, but show them, mirror to them exactly what's being showcased,
or show them nothing, but stay away from their ass.
That too, but I have come across people that I do have close relations to, and the politics is very sketchy.
Yeah.
Very clear. So like showing them, because it's for me, it's like this. It's this. I think it's because straight people just has the luxury of not having some Freaky Friday science experiment as conspiracies to why their existence is like it's just because they've had that privilege. So no, that's all I had to say. That's it.
All right. Well, Big Sexy, stay on their motherfucking necks, ho. Okay. It's some light at the end of the tunnel as long as you in the conversation. So stay on their damn necks. This was a very, very interesting exchange. We got to see what's in the small crawl spaces of black cis hetero men's minds, which is the same old, same old. Hopefully, if Von Ray and Body with Ted hear this review, that they can sit back and think about some things and reconsider some things and, you know, explore and go down the rabbit hole and realize that in this conversation, they did not listen at all. They were too busy defending their points instead of really hearing out the people who are impacted by homophobia and queerphobia and who are actually queer, and that they can understand the impact of their privilege and continue to work on humbling themselves and straightening out their understanding of things, because it will better assist them in their dialogue about these things. Their relationship to queer people may in fact be fine, but as it relates to having to talk about this, that they'll sound a lot better and a lot more cohesive, and their actions can match their mentality, because right now their actions don't match their mentality. Here it is, you have a straight black man who's the stepfather to a gay man, but what he's saying is very different from his relationship to that gay man. Here it is, you got straight man Vaughn in relationship to myself, in relationship to Big Sexy, etc. But what he says on the issue is very different from his relationship to queer people. So hopefully they can hit this back and they can bring that all in and make it cohesive, so that they're not wearing a Mitch Mac ass outfit. And yeah, I guess thank them for having a conversation, because it created this. So this may actually be informative and impactful. They may hear this back. People who think like them may hear this back, and after hearing this, may be like, okay, I get it. Got some things I probably need to work on and work out. So that concludes. You guys make sure that you guys follow Reckless Logic on YouTube at Reckless Logic. That's 2 C's because he's a hoe. And then follow Tremel at I Am Tremel on Instagram, where you can find all type of goodies regarding his music and projects and gigs and videos that he's working on. He's also busting them reels out, girl. So make sure that you follow Reckless as well as Strictly Reckless over on Instagram too. And of course, follow me. And I'll see y'all all later today, because we got to get into some Cardi B, Kenneth Petty, Nicki Minaj, and Tory Lanez drama. All right. Not Viper saying Von Ray's in a fucking place. Woo, child. All right. I'll see y'all later. Bye.